Chapter 2695. Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of the sea? Lu Zhu frowned. Song Jing is enough for you. Yes. Song Jing's voice suddenly sounded. Chu Li frowned at Song Jing, who was slowly floating in the air and looking down at him. He shook his head. Miss Song, you still don't want to give up. The Book of Calm Seas is not mature enough to do anything to me. Song Jing's clothes were as white as snow. She stepped into the air like a fairy and said, Ding Ru, if you become the public enemy of all the sects on the sea, Island Lord Wan will do it himself. Chu Li snorted. I know Island Lord Wan. He's straightforward, not like you, Miss Song. Song Jing stared at him coldly. Don't try to argue. Die. She pressed her palms forward. Bam! The invisible force hit Chu Li. Her peaceful sea power was the best at restraining Chu Li's god's limbs. It was everywhere, and there was no time to dodge. Even God's limbs was useless. His eyes were able to see the power of the calm, rippling ocean divine art. The invisible and traceless power in the eyes of others was clearly visible in his eyes. It was as clear as the seawater, but there was nothing he could do. Her palm energy had not even appeared. Just by channeling the power, the surrounding aura had become the aura of the peaceful sea power. There was no way to avoid it, unless he was 100 meters away from her. Everything within 100 meters was under the control of the peaceful sea power. But Chu Li was also restraining the power. The glazed lotus scripture could purify the power and prevent it from hurting him. The crouching tiger seal could stop the power's corrosion. It could not completely stop it, but it could stop most of it. The remaining power was not a threat. The two restrained each other, but could not do anything to each other. Song Jing said, Do you think Thousand Sun Island is as weak as you think? I don't mind telling you. You've already poked a hornet's nest, and soon you'll have to face Thousand Sun Island's revenge. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Miss Song, why scare me? Song Jing laughed coldly. Why would I scare you? Just wait and see. Thousand Sun Island's power is beyond your imagination. It can't be stronger than Star Cloud Island, right? Chu Li smiled. Song Jing said, Starry Cloud Island has Island Lord Wan. Without him, even 10 Starry Cloud Islands would not be a match for Thousand Sun Island. Chu Li seemed to be deep in thought. It seems like the Thousand Sun Island has a big secret, and the Sky Joy Island wants it as well. Song Jing's expression changed slightly, and she snorted. It's not a good thing to know too much. Chu Li replied, All right then. Thank you for telling me this, Miss Song. I'd like to advise the people of Paradise Island as well. You're not a wolf in a flock of sheep now that you've entered the mainland. The martial arts world of the mainland will not allow anyone to trample on us. Our temple will not allow you to slaughter us. How arrogant! Song Jing sneered and said, Ask your master and 2 senior brothers to clean their necks. I can't kill you, but I can kill them. Chu Li said coldly, If you hurt my master and my 2 senior brothers, don't blame me for taking revenge on your senior brothers and junior brothers. Then let's see if you can kill more disciples of the Heavenly Happiness Island, or if I can kill more disciples of the Great Mercy Temple. Song Jing sneered. Chu Li nodded. This is a good idea. Lu Zhu snorted and said, Senior Sister Song, Master Ding Ru, can you stop for a while? Song Jing waved her hand and said, Junior Sister Lu, don't worry about this. I must kill them. Chu Li snorted and said, I'll keep my promise. The two of them spoke as they fought. The glazed lotus scripture and crouching tiger seal were activated, and the still clear sea power was also activated. They competed with each other and wanted to see who could last longer. Lu Zhu looked at the swaying fence and said angrily, You can fight, but stay away from here. Don't damage my courtyard. Chu Li said, Miss Lu, tell Island Master Lu that if Gale Island lets their disciples kill the martial arts world of the mainland again, don't blame me for being ruthless and disrespectful. Got it. Lu Zhu snorted. She raised her voice and shouted, Someone come out and send a letter to Father. Yes. A voice came from afar, and then a middle-aged man silently merged into the void and disappeared. Chu Li said, Miss Song, if you want to kill my master and my senior brothers, then go and break into the Great Mercy Temple. Goodbye. He suddenly disappeared after he finished speaking. Song Jing bit her red lips and stared at the direction where he disappeared. Lu Zhu said, "Why bother, senior sister Song? You can't kill him." "How will I know if I don't try?" Song Jing said coldly. "If I can't kill him now, I'll definitely be able to in the future. I already know his actual strength. Next time, I'll take his life." Lu Zhu shook her head. She was not worried about Chu Li's safety. With the third eye, he could avoid danger. If he really could not defeat Song Jing, she would not dare to appear here. Song Jing said, "He should be careful of Thousand Sun Island. If he's killed by them, I can't take revenge." "Don't worry, he's very tough." Lu Zhu snorted. When Chu Li returned to the forest, the masters of Gale Island were nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they were worried that their whereabouts would be exposed and that there was an ambush. They retreated cautiously and did not attack the Zhengyang sect. Chu Li returned to the Great Mercy Temple directly. He vaguely saw that his merit had increased by a lot. Killing 100 people and scaring away 90 people, the difference in skill was huge. Killing 100 people could be said to be a huge merit. If he could do it a few more times, he could enter the 12th level of Dragon Elephant Wisdom. He went directly to the Temple of Monk Ding Ding and did not go to see Xing. His current actions were not entirely for the Great Mercy Temple, but for his own merit. He found that Xing was quite conflicted about his wanton killing, so it was better not to see him. It was better to go directly to Monk Ding Ding. Monk Ding Ding controlled a part of the external intelligence and had a strong heart. Ding Ding wore a tight gray frock and was bending over to feed a flock of white-headed birds in the temple. The palm-sized white-headed birds could be seen everywhere and did not attract attention. When they saw Chu Li, the flock of white-headed birds immediately flew away and silently flew into the sky, allowing Chu Li to size them up. Ding Ding clapped his hands and slowly straightened his back. "Junior brother Ding Ru, you're back so quickly." Chu Li told him what he did, and Ding Ding. "I killed 100 masters of Red Army Island and spared 90 of Gale Island's masters." Ding Ding nodded lightly. The masters of Gale Island didn't deserve to die. The two were already sitting at the stone table in his small courtyard. Ding Ding slowly brewed tea and served it to Chu Li. Because they didn't take the initiative to kill, Chu Li nodded. They didn't act as fiercely as the other islands. They didn't intend to suppress them and wanted to use time to train. What a pity. He shook his head again. The martial arts world on the mainland followed the law of the jungle. Although Ding Ding was famous, he still needed to have enough strength to intimidate them. They might not understand Gale Island's conciliatory methods and would see it as weakness. In the end, he still had a fight to see who was stronger. Unless he directly killed the masters of Gale Island and kept killing until the overseas sects dared not come to the mainland again. He could not do that no matter how strong he was. If he really provoked Wan Xiang, he would definitely lose. He had no chance of winning. Ding Ding nodded slowly. Chu Li said, "Senior brother Ding Ding, what evil people in the world still need to be eradicated? You're in the mood to kill." Ding Ding sized him up. Chu Li sighed. "I have nowhere to vent my killing intent. I'll vent it on those evil people." Chapter 2696. Ding Ding nodded. "There are many helpless things in this world, and we can't do as we please. These villains are able to escape from being hunted down, and all of them have excellent cultivation levels and are quick-witted. They all have ultimate skills to escape, so they're not that easy to kill." Chu Li asked, "Why didn't the temple build a hall specifically to eradicate these villains and eliminate evil for the world?" "As far as I know, there used to be a hall called Arhud Hall that specialized in eliminating evil and accumulating merit. Unfortunately, it was disbanded and lost in history. The temple never built this hall again," Ding Ding said. Chu Li asked, "Why was it disbanded?" "I'm afraid that I'll become the world's public enemy." Ding Ding shook his head. "It's not as good as I imagined. After suffering a lot of setbacks and lessons, I had no choice but to give up. It's impossible to eliminate all the villains in the world." Chu Li said, "It's better to kill as many as possible. Those villains also have their own inheritance. Their sects will take revenge and specifically target the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple." Ding Ding said, The temple's disciples suffered heavy losses, and their vitality was greatly damaged. They almost couldn't recover from this setback, so they could only give up on this idea. Chu frowned. They still dare to take revenge? Ding Ding nodded slowly. For example, if a disciple of the Great Mercy Temple commits evil deeds, the temple will naturally punish him according to the temple's rules. It's not up to outsiders to criticize or even kill him on behalf of heaven. Whether the disciple did evil or not, revenge must be taken, or else where will the dignity of the sect be? Chu said, they're in the wrong first, yet they still dare to take revenge. How dare they? The people of the martial arts world only care about the strong and the weak. Ding Ding sighed. The world is getting more and more chaotic, and people have lost their minds. Chu frowned. If I kill the villains, will I cause trouble for my senior brothers? It's fine if you're alone. They'll only look for you for revenge, Ding Ding said. Chu let out a sigh and smiled. Then give me the information about all the villains, and I'll eliminate them one by one. Junior brother Ding-Ru, are you really going to do this? Ding Ding said, you have to think carefully. Once you do it, you can't go back on your word. You'll attract countless revenge, assassinations, and sneak attacks. They'll do anything. Chu said, I was just thinking to train myself. All right, I'll slowly gather this information bit by bit, Ding Yuan said in a low voice. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't have agreed. This kind of action was no different from courting death, but junior brother Ding-Ru was different. He possessed the Heaven's Eye, and it was very difficult for him to assassinate or launch sneak attacks. However, he was so crazy about getting rid of evil. Could it be that he saw that his own fate was not good, and that he wouldn't be in this world for long? Thinking of this, he asked directly, Junior brother Ding-Ru, is his life in danger? I'm doing very well. Chu smiled. He looked him up and down, nodded slowly, and entered the house. After a while, he came out with 2 pieces of white paper and handed them to Chu. This guy is guilty of many crimes, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to track him down. It was only by chance that a monk disciple saw him. This was yesterday's news. I don't know if he's still around. Chu took it and glanced at it. Ho Xianji, have you heard of this person? Chu shook his head. He had never heard of this person before. Have you heard of the sky-drilling monkey demon? Ding Long asked. Chu was deep in thought. The sky-drilling monkey demon, the guy with the peerless light body technique who likes to eat human brains. Yes. Ding Long said in a deep voice. It said that this person has cultivated an evil technique. Eating human brains can increase one's cultivation level. Every time he eats the brain of a martial arts master, his martial arts will become stronger and stronger. Chu frowned. How can we let this guy live? He's a disciple of the Heavens Equal Faction, Ding Long said in a deep voice. The Heavens Equal Faction. Chu's frown deepened. He was not a newcomer to this first heaven. Although he did not have a deep understanding of this first heaven, he had a general idea of it through various books. This first heaven was vast and boundless, far beyond the Grand Master and the lower heaven. Moreover, there were countless martial arts sects in the world, and there were not just a few sects that stood at the top. When he first entered this first heaven, he thought that the Great Mercy Temple was already the top sect that overlooked the world, just like the Tempest Temple in the lower realm. However, after understanding it, he realized that he was ignorant. On this first heaven, there were more than 4 sects like the Great Mercy Temple, but there were hundreds of them. The Great Mercy Temple and the other 4 sects were only the top sects within 100,000 miles of the North Sea. Beyond that, the 4 sects were considered top sects, but they were not the only ones. They were just one of the hundreds of top sections. The Equal Heaven sect was one of the top sects on par with the Great Mercy Temple. Even if their disciples committed evil deeds, there were not many people who dared to intervene. Even if they dared to intervene, they might not be able to do so. I've found his whereabouts, Chu said in a deep voice. Be careful, Ding Long said. This person is extremely difficult to deal with, and the martial arts he cultivates is extremely evil. Everyone who tried to kill him had their brains eaten by him, and then their cultivation level increased. Chu smiled. If I really can't beat him, I'll just run back. Ding Long said, once you fight, You must go all out and not give him a chance. Chu Li nodded slowly. As Ding Long watched Chu Li suddenly disappear, he suddenly felt a trace of regret. Ho Xianji was too dangerous, especially when the heavens' equal factions' revenge would definitely be fierce. However, the person he wanted to kill the most was Ho Xianji. Eating human brains was already a demon. How could he let him live? He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and bowed in the direction where Chu Li had left. Then, he turned around and returned to his house to write a letter, urging his subordinates to collect information on the whereabouts of all the villains in the world as soon as possible. Chu Li happened to know the place written on the white letter. It was only 1,000 miles away, and in a flash, he appeared in a bustling city. Walking on the main street in the city, he used the omniscient mirror to observe his surroundings. The entire city was in his mind, and he identified everyone in the city. Not only could Ho Xianji change his body shape, but he could also change his appearance, so if he did not want to show himself, almost no one could find him. He stood in the crowd like a drop of water merging into the sea. Chu Li searched very quickly. For the first time, he erased those with ordinary martial arts, filtered out most of the people through martial arts, and found the top 10 masters in the city. Then he used the omniscient mirror to observe their minds one by one, and directly investigated through their minds. After the heavens, I was fully equipped. The omniscient mirror's ability to observe people's minds was strengthened, and almost no one could hide from his eyes. Among the top 10 masters, there were actually 2 who could block the omniscient mirror's observation. Chu Li was very interested, and in a flash, he appeared not far behind one of the elders, and quietly hid in the corner of the wall, activating the heaven's eye. After that, his face turned solemn, looking at the thin elder who was slowly moving step by step with a hunched body. It was hard to imagine that this was the famous and evil Ho Xianji. However, if he wanted to kill Ho Xianji, he would have to pay the price of karma. Ho Xianji was born to die of old age, and if he forcefully killed him, he would have to pay some of his lifespan. Chapter 2697. Honorable Master? Chu Li asked. Wan Hua said, that drilling monkey demon is a disciple of the chief faction. Chu Li nodded. He is, but he is guilty of many crimes and has eaten many human brains. If this goes on, he will continue to eat until his cultivation level reaches the pinnacle and no one can control him. How can he cultivate to the pinnacle by eating human brains? Such an evil method is just killing himself. When Hua said, just wait for him to kill himself. Why bother? Chu Li said, who knows how many innocent people will die in his hands. Sigh. When Hua sighed, Ding Ru is a genius. He can learn everything with a single practice and has always won against his enemies without any setbacks. That's why he doesn't know much about the top sects in the world. Chu Li asked, Honorable Master, is the chief faction really that scary? The chief faction is stronger than you can imagine. Wen Hua pressed his palms together and looked towards the east as if he was looking at the chief faction. He said, the disciples of the chief faction have always been violent and overbearing. If you kill Ho Xianji, you will incur 100-fold revenge. If you kill one of their disciples, they will kill 100 of their disciples. Chu Li smiled. It's just death. If you don't die, they will kill the disciples of the temple. When Hua said, there's no reason to reason with them. As long as it's their disciple, no one is allowed to touch them regardless of whether they are good or evil. Otherwise, they will fight to the death and they will take revenge no matter how much they lose. Ding Ru said, they really are a bunch of lunatics. They're lunatics with peerless martial arts. When Hua said, I have personally experienced their abilities and they are better than us. Once they are provoked, it will be a big problem. Once the chief faction comes to deal with the Great Mercy Temple, the islands on the sea will not let go of this good opportunity. The War God Temple of Five Thunder Peak and the Morality Hall may not give their full support. They may just watch from the sidelines and let the Great Mercy Temple suffer. Chu Li frowned. Then I will change my appearance so that they won't recognize me. When Hua shook his head, do you think the chief faction won't be able to find out? They have some unique abilities too. Whoever killed the chief faction's disciple can't hide it. Chu Li asked, so we can only watch as he wantonly kills innocent people. Monk Wenhua sighed. There are countless people who want to kill Hoshinji, but they don't dare to do so because they are worried about the Qi sect. Chuli asked, "Don't tell me that the Qi faction isn't going to clean up the mess." "This Hoshinji is the son of an elder of Qi sect," Wenhua said. Chuli frowned and his face darkened. "Grandmaster, does that mean there's no way to deal with them?" Sigh. Monk Wenhua glanced at Chu Li and shook his head helplessly. "If you really want to make a move, then don't kill him. Capture him and hand him over to Qi-Man. Let them deal with him themselves. That's the only way." Ding Ding hurriedly nodded. Chu Li scoffed and said, "Qi faction, how impressive. No one wants to be enemies with a lunatic." Monk Wenhua shook his head and said, "Killing one Hoshinji, who knows how many disciples of the temple will die? Ding Ru, you should understand this logic." "Yes." Chu Li pressed his palms together and said in a deep voice. Ding Ru was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. This time, he almost caused a huge disaster by capturing junior brother Ding Ru, the drilling monkey demon. If junior brother Ding Ru had really gotten his hands on him, there would be endless trouble now. If Qi sect came knocking, there would be countless casualties among the disciples of the temple. His thinking was still too simple. There were many top-notch masters in the world. If these masters really wanted to kill the drilling monkey demon, it was not impossible for them to succeed. However, they let the drilling monkey demon live until now. There must be an inside story. Now that he heard Grandmaster Wenhua's analysis, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. He was too naive and did not see through the hearts of people in the world. Chu Li smiled at Ding Ru. "Senior brother Ding Ru, don't worry. I will capture him, but not kill him." "That's good." Ding Ru heaved a sigh of relief and said, "But be careful, he is not weak. He has some strange skills and items with him. Otherwise, he would not have killed so many masters." Chu Li slowly nodded. Wenhua saw Chu Li's determined expression and sighed. "Fine, I will go with you." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Chu Li was overjoyed. Wenhua sighed. "I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Come with me." Chu Li pulled his sleeve, and the two suddenly disappeared. Monk Ding Ru thought about it and left the temple. He came to the Hall of Great Strength and reported the matter to Abbot Xing. Xing stood on the steps in front of the Hall of Great Strength and looked up at the blue sky. The white clouds were leisurely and the blue sky was clear. The sound of Sanskrit lingered around and the fragrance of sandalwood was faint. It was quiet and peaceful. Let's see how Ding Ru handles this matter. Although he is young, he is steady and wise. There is no need to worry too much, Xing said calmly. I'm just afraid that junior brother Ding Ru will have a murderous temper or that he will have the intention to kill Hoshinji when he sees him and really kill him. Abbot, you still have to make more preparations in case the Qi faction really comes to kill you. Monk Ding Ru said. Yes, I understand. Xing nodded. Monk Ding Ru bowed with pressed palms and gently retreated. Chu Li and Monk Wenhua appeared outside a bustling big city. They stood on a peak and looked down at the city. It was noon at the Great Mercy Temple, but it was midnight here. The huge wildfire city was brightly lit as if it was daytime, but it was more prosperous and lively than daytime. The noise was endless, and there was no sense of tranquility at night. He could clearly see through the omniscient mirror that the people in the city were busy. Wildfire City is known as the city that never sleeps, Monk Wenhua said calmly. Chu Li praised. The prosperity of this city is really rare. Monk Wenhua nodded. This is also the credit of the Qi faction. Because they are overbearing and powerful, no one dares to provoke them. There are no martial arts masters in Wildfire City who dare to cause trouble, so it is extremely safe. Countless people around want to come in. Chu Li nodded. In such a chaotic world, there were endless disputes in the martial arts world. Killings happen all the time. Those who were slightly weaker in martial arts were anxious. Being able to enter Wildfire City meant that they were safe, so naturally, there would be countless people rushing over. Monk Wenhua said, Hoshinji came here? Chu Li nodded slowly. Seeing how prosperous and huge Wildfire City was, he was sure that Hoshinji must have come here. The more people there were, the easier it would be for him to hide. If there were people from the chief faction looking after him, he would not be discovered. The chief faction is actually after him too. He actually has the guts to come here. It must be unexpected, Monk Wenhua said calmly. Can you find him here? Chu Li said, if they spread the news that he is here, can the chief faction catch him? Very likely. Monk Wenhua nodded slowly. Chu Li said, what if someone obstructs us? The elders of the chief faction are not mediocre people. How can they not take precautions? Monk Wenhua said. Chu Li finally shook his head. It is better to catch him and personally bring him to the chief faction. Very well. Monk Wenhua nodded slowly. This way, even if the chief faction was secretly angry, they could not say anything and would not harm Dingru. This would also help the prestige of the Great Mercy Temple. Chu Li closed his eyes and focused all his energy on the omniscient mirror to start looking for Ho Xinji. Chapter 2698. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, the entire wildfire city appeared in the void of his mind. He could observe them one by one, from head to toe, inside to outside, over and over again. No one could hide it. He used the same method as before, calculating from their martial arts cultivation level to find the top masters in the city and let the rest go. His expression changed slightly. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he saw that there were more than 100 top masters in the city. That gave him a fright. Among these more than 100 top masters, there were 10 who were stronger than him, more than 40 who were on par with him, and the rest were weaker than him. Even if his current cultivation level was not as good as Master Hui Guang, there was not much difference. There were 10 people who were stronger than him, and they were all in one city. Wildfire City's strength was truly too tyrannical. From this, it could be seen that the equal of Heaven faction had a deep foundation and strong strength. No wonder they were so arrogant. They didn't have a trump card. Just like the heaven-devouring sect in the heavenly demon realm, they were crazy, but no one could do anything about it. Just Wildfire City alone was not inferior to the strength of Sea Garrison City. He looked for Ho Xinji among these people and soon found him. At this time, Ho Xinji had become a woodcutter, carrying a pile of firewood in the city. As he walked, he greedily looked at the prosperity around him, the noisy shops, and the fragrant beauties. No matter how he looked at it, he was a youth from the countryside outside the city. He was greedy for the prosperity of the big city, but unfortunately, he did not have the strength to do so. Chu Li turned to look at Monk Wenhua. Master, I found him. Do you want to do it now? Monk Wenhua asked. Chu Li said, no rush. Monk Wenhua smiled. Then what do you want to do? Chu Li said, it's best to do it secretly. Otherwise, if he calls here and attracts the people from the equal of Heaven faction, it might be a conflict. Good. Monk Wenhua showed a look of approval. It's good that you can think like this. I'll leave this matter to you. If there are any problems, return to the temple. We have a solution. The Great Mercy Temple is not afraid of the equal of Heaven faction. Yes. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms. Monk Wenhua disappeared and returned to the Great Mercy Temple. Chu Li also disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in his own temple. He changed his clothes and changed his aura. He used God's limbs to return to Wildfire City and directly entered Wildfire City through the city gates. He was ordinary, and the aura he gave off was that of an ordinary expert. He was far from the peak level. Most of the people in Wildfire City were experts like him. They were much stronger than ordinary people, but they could not reach a level where they could completely protect themselves. Hence, he wanted to seek protection in Wildfire City to obtain a sense of security. He found a courtyard in the city and stayed there. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the entire Wildfire City and observe the living habits of the people in the city. It was indeed different from the living habits of the people at the Great Mercy Temple. The people in the vicinity of the Great Mercy Temple were accustomed to drinking hot water, and their temperaments were rough, while the people in Wildfire City drank cold water. There was a snowy mountain outside Wildfire City. It towered into the sky and pierced through the clouds. It was known as the Holy Mountain, and the Heaven's Equal Gate was located in this mountain. The water that the people in Wildfire City drank was ice water that flowed down from the snowy mountain. It was clear and sweet, and it was beneficial to the body and mind. It was said that it could also improve one's physique and enhance one's talent. Hence, the people of Wildfire City worshipped the heaven's equal gate like a god. Chu Li shook his head in admiration. He did not expect the heaven's equal gate to have such a deep foundation. The Great Mercy Temple also had a sphere of influence, and the city they protected was also deeply rooted in the people's hearts. However, they won the people's hearts by relying on their exquisite dharma and solving people's worries. They were only grateful to the Great Mercy Temple, but not to the extent of Wildfire City. From the looks of it, if someone fought with the disciples of the Heaven's Equal Gate in Wildfire City, they would definitely be attacked from all directions. More importantly, everyone in Wildfire City was the eyes and ears of the Heaven's Equal Gate. If there was any movement, the Heaven's Equal Gate would know. Chuli could not help but admire the powerful methods of the Heaven's Equal Gate. It was even better than the Great Mercy Temple. If Wildfire City was like this, the other cities would probably be the same. Relying on a few big cities, the Heaven's Equal Gate was enough to live comfortably. They managed the territory under their jurisdiction and made it impregnable. He bought a courtyard and lived in the city for 10 days, observing Ho Xianji. Fortunately, Ho Xianji became extremely obedient after he arrived in Wildfire City. He did not eat human brains anymore and disguised himself as a woodcutter without any flaws. If Chu Li did not observe him with the omniscient mirror, he would not be able to see anything strange. Ho Xianji went up the mountain to collect firewood every morning and returned to the city to sell it at noon. He lived in a courtyard at the city gate. The courtyard where Chu Li lived was on the same street as his, only 100 meters away. In these 10 days, Chu Li had also checked out all the top-notch masters in the city. Among the 10 top-notch masters who surpassed him, 9 were disciples of the Heaven's Equal Gate. The heart technique they cultivated was mysterious and strange, and its power was amazing. Moreover, they were not old, about 100 years younger than his master, Monk Huiguang. One of the top-notch masters was a disciple of the Southern Sky Gate. This disciple of the Southern Sky Gate was young and looked similar to him. He was about 200 years old. He was already a genius to have such a cultivation level at such a young age. In terms of true cultivation level, he was a level higher than Chu Li. Moreover, he acted freely as if he stayed in Wildfire City to enjoy the prosperity here. Every morning, he would wake up and eat breakfast at the best restaurant, Shangtian Tower. After breakfast, he would go downstairs to walk around the city. In the middle of the morning, he would go to the theater to watch a show before going to Shangtian Tower for lunch. After lunch, he would go to the bathhouse to take a bath and then sleep in the bathhouse. After that, he would return to his courtyard to cultivate. At night, he would go to Shangtian Tower for dinner. After dinner, he would go to the best brothel in the city, Fairy Tower, and find a beautiful woman to sleep with. Chuli could not help but admire this extravagant life. He had already heard from Monk Wenhua that the Southern Sky Gate was a sect similar to the Heaven's Equal Gate. They were among the top sects, but they were 10,000 miles away from the Heaven's Equal Gate. However, 10,000 miles was considered neighboring to the two super sects, so the relationship between the two sects was quite tense. This disciple of the Southern Sky Gate, Fan Yi, came to Wildfire City to enjoy himself so wantonly, but with the intention of provoking them. There were 9 top-notch masters from the Heaven's Equal Gate in the city, obviously to guard against Fan Yi. Fan Yi had a dignified appearance with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was full of heroic spirit, but his actions were quite absurd. From time to time, he would go downstairs with the beautiful women from Fairy Tower and swagger on the streets with his arms around them. He did not care about the gazes of others. The 9 top-notch masters from the Heaven's Equal Gate were all middle-aged and could keep their composure. No matter how Fan Yi provoked them, they did not make a move. As long as it did not violate the rules of the Heaven's Equal Gate in Wildfire City, they would not make a move. Although there were only 10 of them, the atmosphere was tense. All the masters in the city could vaguely feel it, but they did not know why. They could only be careful and not affect the bustling Wildfire City. While Chuli was paying attention to Ho Xianji He was also paying attention to the genius of the Southern Sky Gate. Fan. Chapter 2699. Honorable Master, Chu Li asked. Wenhua asked, is the sky-drilling monkey demon a disciple of the heavens' equal faction? Chu Li nodded. Yes, but he is evil and has eaten many human brains. If this goes on, he will continue to eat until he reaches the peak, and no one can control him. How can one cultivate to the peak realm by eating human brains? Such an evil method is just killing himself. Old monk Wenhua said solemnly, just let him seek his own death. Why bother about him? Chu Li said, who knows how many innocent people will die in his hands. Sigh, Wenhua sighed. Ding Ding is a genius. He can learn everything with one practice and has always won against his enemies without any setbacks. That's why he doesn't know much about the top sects in the world. Chu Li said, Honorable Master, is the Heaven's Equal faction really that scary? The Heaven's Equal faction is stronger than you can imagine. Wenhua put his palms together and looked to the east as if he was looking at the Heaven's Equal faction. He said slowly, the disciples of the Heaven's Equal faction have always been violent and overbearing. If you kill Ho Xinji, you will incur 100-fold revenge. If you kill one of their disciples, they will kill 100 of their disciples. Chu Li smiled. At most I will die. If you die, they will kill the disciples of the temple. Monk Wenhua said in a deep voice, there's no way to reason with them. As long as it's their disciple, no one can touch him or her, no matter if he's good or evil. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. They will take revenge crazily, no matter how great the loss is. Ding Ding said, they really are a group of madmen. They are madmen with peerless martial arts. Wenhua said, I have personally experienced their abilities, and they are better than us. Once they are provoked, it will be a big problem. Once the Heaven's Equal faction came to deal with the Great Mercy Temple, the islands on the sea would not let go of this good opportunity. The Ward God Temple of Five Thunder Peak and the Morality Hall might not help at all. It was very likely that the Great Mercy Temple would suffer a great loss. Chu Li frowned. Then I will change my appearance so that they can't recognize me. Wenhua shook his head. Do you think the Heaven's Equal faction won't find out? They have some special skills too. Whoever killed their disciple cannot be hidden. Chu Li replied, then we can only watch as he wantonly kills innocent people. Monk Wenhua sighed and said, there are countless people in the world who want to kill Ho Xinji, but none of them dare to do so because they are afraid of the Equal Heaven sect. Chu Li asked, don't tell me that the Heaven's Equal faction isn't going to clean up their mess. This Ho Xinji is the son of an elder of the Equal Heaven sect, Wenhua said. Chu Li frowned and his face darkened. Ding Ding said, Grandmaster, then we have no way to deal with them. Sigh. Monk Wenhua glanced at Chu Li and shook his head helplessly. If you really want to kill him, then don't kill him. Capture him and hand him over to the Equal Heaven faction. Let them deal with him themselves. That's the only way. Ding Ding hurriedly nodded. Chu Li scoffed. What a great Heaven's Equal faction. They're really impressive. No one wants to be enemies with a lunatic. Monk Wenhua shook his head and said, to kill Ho Xinji, who knows how many disciples in the temple will die. Dingru, you should understand this. Yes, Chu Li said in a deep voice as he pressed his palms together. Ding Ding was already so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This time, he almost got into big trouble by making Junior Marshal Brother Dingru the heaven-drilling monkey demon. If Junior Marshal Brother Dingru had really gotten his hands on it, he was afraid that there would be endless trouble now. If Equal Heaven sect came to attack, who knew how many disciples in the temple would be killed or injured? He was still thinking too simply. There were many top masters in the world. If these masters really wanted to kill the sky-drilling monkey demon, it was not impossible. However, they let the sky-drilling monkey demon live until today. Obviously, there was an inside story. Now that he heard Grandmaster Wenhua's analysis, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. He was too naive and did not see through people's hearts and the world. Chu Li smiled at Ding Ding. Senior Brother Ding Ding, don't worry. I will catch him, but not kill him. That's good. Ding Ding sighed and then said, but you must be careful. He is not weak. He has some strange skills and strange items with him. Otherwise, he would not have killed so many masters. Chu Li nodded slowly. Wen Hua saw Chu Li's determined expression and sighed. Fine, I will go with you. Thank you, Grandmaster. Chu Li was overjoyed. Wen Hua sighed. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Come with me. Chu Li pulled his sleeve, and the two suddenly disappeared. Monk Ding Ding thought for a while and left the temple. He came to the Hall of Great Strength and reported the matter to Abbot Xing. Xing stood on the steps in front of the Hall of Great Strength and looked up at the blue sky. The white clouds were leisurely and the blue sky was clear. The surroundings were surrounded by the sound of Buddha and the fragrance of sandalwood. It was quiet and peaceful. Let's see how Ding Ru will handle this matter, Xing said calmly. Although he is young, he is steady and wise. There is no need to worry too much. I am afraid that junior brother Ding Ru will have a murderous temper or that he will kill Ho Xinji when he sees him. Monk Ding Ding said, Abbot, you still have to make more preparations in case the Equal Heaven faction really attacks. Yes, I understand. Xing nodded. Monk Ding Ding pressed his palms together and gently retreated. Chu Li and Monk Wen Hua appeared outside a bustling big city. They stood on a peak and looked down at the city. It was noon at the Great Mercy Temple, but it was midnight here. The huge wildfire city was brightly lit as if it was daytime. It was even more bustling and lively than it was during the day. The noise was endless, and there was no sense of tranquility at night. He could clearly see the people in the city through the omniscient mirror. Wildfire City is known as the city that never sleeps, Monk Wen Hua said calmly. Chu Li exclaimed, the prosperity of this city is really rare. Monk Wen Hua nodded slightly. This is also the credit of the Equal Heaven faction. Because they are overbearing and powerful, no one dares to provoke them. No martial arts masters dare to cause trouble in Wildfire City. So, it is extremely safe. Countless people around want to rush in. Chu Li nodded. In such a chaotic world, there are endless conflicts in the world of martial arts. Killings occurred at every moment. Those who were slightly weaker in martial arts felt uneasy. Being able to enter Wildfire City meant that they were safe, so naturally, countless people surged over. Monk Wen Hua said, Ho Xinji came here? Chu Li nodded slowly. Seeing how bustling and huge Wildfire City was, he was sure that Ho Xinji must have come here. The more people there were, the easier it was to hide. If there were people from the Equal Heaven faction to take care of him, he would not be discovered. The Equal Heaven faction is actually after him. He actually has the guts to come here. It must be unexpected, Monk Wen Hua said calmly. Can you find him here? Chu Li said, if they spread the news that he is here, can the Equal Heaven faction catch him? Very likely. Monk Wen Hua nodded slowly. Chu Li said, what if someone obstructs us? The elders of the Equal Heaven faction are not mediocre people. How can they not be prepared? Monk Wen Hua said. Chu Li finally shook his head. Let's catch him and personally escort him to the Equal Heaven faction. Very good. Monk Wen Hua nodded slowly. In this way, even if the Equal Heaven faction was secretly angry, they could not say anything and would not harm Ding Ru. This would also help the prestige of the Great Mercy Temple. Chu Li closed his eyes slightly and focused all his energy on the omniscient mirror to start looking for Ho Xinji. Chapter 2702. Chu Li's sudden appearance startled Ho Xinji. Although he was chased by Chu Li once, he was not too vigilant. First of all, he was very confident in his ability to escape. He did not think that Chu Li would be able to catch up to him and knew where he was. Second, he did not expect Chu Li to have the guts to come to Wildfire City to kill him. Wildfire City was the territory of the Equal of Heaven sect. Whoever killed here would be punished by the Equal of Heaven sect. A light punishment would be a broken arm or leg and thrown out of the city. A heavy punishment would cripple one's martial arts and even put one's life in danger. The Equal of Heaven sect was a great deterrent to the martial arts world. The monks of the Great Mercy Temple did not have that kind of courage. He furrowed his brows and glared at Chu Li, scoffing, Who are you, boy? Chu Li had the appearance of a simple and honest young man, and his aura was that of an ordinary master. He said in a low voice, "This brother wants to hurt the two ladies, right? You want to be the hero and save the damsel in distress?" Ho Xinji frowned, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He hated the idea of being the hero and saving the damsel in distress. Using himself as a stepping stone to curry favor with two women was truly unforgivable. Chu Li asked, "How did these two ladies offend you? How did you know that I was going to kill them?" Ho Xinji said angrily, "I just wanted to go over and greet them and ask about their sections. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure." Chu Li shook his head and said, "Brother, you have a murderous aura all over you. You don't look like you're greeting someone. You're going to kill someone. You can't hide it from me. I've been particularly sensitive to murderous auras since I was young. Do you know that you're courting death?" Ho Xinji scoffed helplessly. Without waiting for Chu Li to speak, Ho Xinji flashed in front of him and reached out his claws to crack his skull and eat his brain. Chu Li's body abruptly expanded and his clothes billowed. It was as if he had activated some kind of secret skill to evade the claw. At the same time, he slammed his palm forward. His palm energy was turbulent, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. He had to play it safe so that Ho Xinji wouldn't be able to use his treasures in time. Ho Xinji thought nothing of it. He felt that Chu Li had used a secret skill and could not be maintained for long. Moreover, it would be very easy to take him down. Hence, his next claw attack was even faster, like a flash of lightning. Chu Li extended his palm to meet the attack. Bang! A ring of light suddenly exploded in the sky. The halo spread out and formed an arched door. It was as if the gates of heaven had been reopened. Ho Xian immediately took a step back and avoided Chu Li's palm. He raised his head to look at the light door in the sky and glared at the two women 100 meters away with a gloomy face. These two women were beautiful, but their cultivations were very ordinary. However, there was a faint, clear aura around their bodies, indicating that their aptitudes were very good. The brains of these women were even more delicate and delicious, and the harvest would be even greater. However, he had never thought that these two women would be disciples of the Southern Sky Gate. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The best thing to do was to escape, but it was too late now. He knew the strength of the Equal Sky Gate. Once the Southern Heaven Gate signal was released, the Equal Heaven Gate's experts would arrive quickly. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a silhouette appeared. The first one to appear was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His cultivation was astonishing. He suddenly appeared beside the two girls and said in a deep voice, "Junior Sister Mo, Junior Sister Jing, which one of you is blind?" The two girls pointed in his direction. Chu Li groaned to himself. This young man was Fan Yi, a master of the Southern Sky Gate. At this moment, he had already looked over, but it was too late to escape. He could only play dumb until the end. He was very confident in the life and death scripture and was sure that Fan Yi would not be able to find out his background. Fan Yi's gaze swept past Chu Li and fell on Ho Xinji. His eyes were like cold lightning. The next moment, he appeared in front of him and slammed his palm down. Die! How dare he offend the disciples of the Southern Sky Gate? The only thing that awaited him was death. There was no need to ask further. One was a young man with mediocre martial arts who could not threaten the two junior sisters at all. The other was a young man with high cultivation who could easily kill the two junior sisters. It was obvious which one to deal with. Ho Xinji scoffed. "You're asking for it." He stretched out his claws towards Fan Yi. "How dare you?" Fan Yi was so angry that he laughed. "Junior sisters, it's him, right? It's him who wanted to kill us. If it wasn't for that young man over there, we would have been killed by him." The two beautiful girls shouted. "Thank you, brother," Fan Yi said to Chu Li, then sneered. "Watch me avenge you." As he spoke, he had already exchanged 3 moves with Ho Xinji. He realized that Ho Xinji was not ordinary. Although his cultivation was slightly lower than his claw technique was strange, sharp, and strangely fast. He could not take him down for a while. He was a little troublesome. Just as he thought about this, shadows flashed. 4 middle-aged men had already appeared and surrounded Fan Yi, Ho Xinji, and Chu. They ignored the two girls. The key was still Fanny. Fan, he sneered. Your wildfire city is known as the safest place, but my two junior sisters were almost killed. Ho Shinji's heart kept sinking. Ho Shinji, a middle-aged man, scoffed. How dare he come back? Fanny shouted while fighting. You know him, the middle-aged man said. Our sex traitor, the sky-drilling monkey demon, Ho Shinji. It's him. Fan, he was not unfamiliar with Ho Shinji's name. Back then, the Southern Sky Gate had also been looking for Ho Shinji for a while, wanting to kill this sky-drilling monkey demon before the Equal Heaven Gate. They did not expect Ho Shinji to be so good at escaping and hiding. Then I will help the Equal Heaven Gate get rid of this evil today, Fanny shouted. His palms became more and more urgent, but Ho Shinji had already gone all out. His claws covered the sky, and although he was at a disadvantage, he defended himself and blocked Fan Yi's fierce attacks. The situation was in a stalemate for a while. The Equal Heaven Gate's internal affairs do not need outsiders to interfere, the middle-aged man said. Young Master Fan, please step back. Fan Yi naturally would not listen to them, and his attacks became more and more urgent. Ho Shinji knew that once he was injured by Fan, he would not be able to escape today. He mustered all his strength to fight for his life. His body flashed with a silver light from time to time, dissipating the palm energy and not being blocked by Fan Yi's palm energy. Attack! The four middle-aged men rushed over. Bang, 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 bang. Two middle-aged men attacked Ho Shinji, and two attacked Fan Yi. Fan Yi sneered. You really don't know what's good for you. Instead of doing this, it is better to take this guy down together, lest he escapes again, and your Equal Heaven Gate will lose all face. Young Master Fan, don't worry. The middle-aged man from before said in a low voice, we can handle it ourselves. As soon as he said this, there was a flash of silver light, and Ho Shinji disappeared. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds came from the ground, and the palm energy fell on the ground, creating a deep pit. Where is he? Fanny roared, staring at the four middle-aged men. Sure enough, you are from the same sect. Killing in the open and hiding in the dark. I admire your methods. He said the last two words through clenched teeth, and his eyes flashed coldly. The middle-aged man frowned. Young Master Fan, don't talk nonsense. We really wanted to kill him, but we didn't expect, if you really wanted to kill him, how could he escape? Fan, he sneered. The middle-aged man sighed. To tell you the truth, young Master Fan, Ho Shinji has a treasure in his hands, the 8-gem glazed cover. Without it, we would have taken him down long ago. How could we let him go free until now? Chapter 2703. Brotherly, where did you learn your martial arts? Fan, he asked with a smile. He glided as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, but the scenery around him flew past him. His words were clear and calm as he walked. He did not seem to be using his light body technique at all. The two girls stared at him curiously. Chu looked embarrassed. I'm ashamed to say this. Half of my martial arts was passed down in my family, and the other half was taught by a monk. I wanted to join a sect, but they said that my aptitude was too poor. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't completely tell the truth, nor could he completely lie. Perhaps Ho Shinji would see through his identity. Temple. Fanny thought for a while and laughed. Could it be Shinkong Temple? Chu Li shook his head. Great Mercy Temple. Great Mercy Temple? Fan, he was surprised. That's very far from here. Chu Li said, by chance, I met a master from Great Mercy Temple. I helped him a little, and he taught me a set of martial arts from Great Mercy Temple in return. Unfortunately, he shook his head. My aptitude was limited, and I only learned a little. I mainly learned the martial arts passed down in my family. What martial arts from Great Mercy Temple? Fanny asked. He was not wary of Great Mercy Temple, but he was wary of Shinkong Temple. Demon Suppression Seal, Chu Li said. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands and pressed it gently. Pop! A crisp sound was heard. What a great demon suppression seal. Fan, he was surprised. It's very mature. He then praised. The demon suppression seal is an antique study of Great Mercy Temple. It seems that you've helped a lot by teaching it to you. Chu Li smiled embarrassedly. That master was badly injured, and I saved him. No wonder. You saved his life. Fan Yi smiled. He probably thought that you wouldn't be able to learn the demon suppression seal. He shook his head and laughed. That monk miscalculated. The demon suppression seal is the top antique study of Great Mercy Temple, and only a few have mastered it. It's rare that you've mastered it. Chu Li said, I swore that I would never teach it to anyone. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is too low. It's useless no matter how powerful it is. That's true. Fanny nodded lightly. Your cultivation is not high enough, and the power of the demon vanquishing seal is greatly reduced. However, there is no need to be discouraged. Your current cultivation is a level higher than that of your peers. Slowly, you will become stronger and stronger. Chu Li smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. It's a pity that you know martial arts. Mo Yufeng shook her head. Jing Xiaojie said, if you don't have any martial arts, you can join our Southern Heavenly Gate. Chu Li sighed. With my qualifications, there's no hope at all. No sect will accept me. We, the Southern Heavenly Gate, teach in accordance with your aptitude. Who knows? You might have other potential. Jing Xiaojie patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged, just work hard. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Fan Yi said angrily, Junior sister Jing, you should not say this. What about your efforts? Jing Xiaojie stuck out her tongue and said, I've been working very hard. Fanny snorted. Mo Yufeng said, Are we almost there? Chu Li nodded and said, It should be over there. As he spoke, he pointed at a small village in the mountains. Smoke curled up from the chimneys, chickens crowed, and dogs barked. It was a strong sense of life. Even with the occasional noise of chickens and dogs, the small village still seemed peaceful and quiet. Brotherly, you guard outside. Let's go in and take a look, Fanny said. Chu Li nodded helplessly. He understood that Fanny thought that his martial arts were too low and did not want him to be a burden. Hunting down Ho Xianji required him to go all out. It's okay, I'll accompany you. Jing Xiaojie smiled. She was dressed in a pink gown, warm, cheerful, and beautiful. Chu Li nodded. Let's go, junior sister Mo find him, Fanny said. Mo Yufeng nodded and glanced at Chu Li. Brotherly, let's go. Chu Li fist saluted. The two entered the small village like two wisps of smoke. Chu Li and Jing Xiaojie sat on a big tree and looked down at the situation. They could only vaguely see the general situation, but the omniscient mirror could see everything clearly. After Mo Yufeng and Fan Yi floated into the village, they did not cause the dogs to bark. They were silent and hid their presence. Mo Yufeng stopped at a corner and made a strange gesture with her hands. She murmured, then opened her eyes and pointed diagonally across. It's in that courtyard. Fan Yi said softly, Go out and meet up with them. I'll go over. Brother Fan, be careful, Mo Yufeng said. Fan Yi waved his hand. Mo Yufeng left the village like a wisp of smoke and returned to Chu Li's side, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Jing Xiaojie said, Found that guy. Mo Yufeng nodded. I hope he doesn't escape this time. When Brother Fan gets serious, he won't be able to escape, Jing Xiaojie said. Mo Yufeng nodded. She smiled at Chu Li. Brotherly, your deduction technique is really exquisite. Chu Li shook his head. I'm just lucky. Mo Yufeng smiled and turned to look at the village. Chu Li's omniscient mirror saw clearly that Fan Yi appeared in a courtyard like a ghost. There was an old man chopping firewood in the courtyard, one chop after another, his movements slow and arduous. After Fan Yi suddenly appeared, he hit the old man with his palm without hesitation. Bang! The old man's body flashed with silver light and suddenly disappeared. Ah! Fan Yi roared. Seeing Ho Xianji disappear once again, he felt extremely sullen. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Suddenly, the sound of chickens and dogs stopped, and the small village suddenly fell into a dead silence. His long howl was shocking and turbulent. The people in the village could not bear it. Their ears were ringing and their vision blurred. It was a mess. Fan Yi disappeared and appeared in front of Chu Li and the others. His aura was turbulent like a river, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely angry. Half of it was anger towards Ho Xianji, but more of it was toward himself. He was soft-hearted, and when he saw that it was an old man, he was afraid that Junior's sister, Mo Yufong, had made a mistake, so he did not dare to use his full strength in his first attack. If there was a mistake, the old man would definitely die and could not be saved. Unfortunately, his kindness allowed Ho Xianji to escape again. He might not be so lucky next time. Senior brother Fan, Mo Yufong whispered, but he escaped, it's my fault. Fanny gritted his teeth and slapped himself. Slap. The slap was loud. It shocked the three of them. Mo Yufong quickly said, Senior brother Fan, we can chase after him after he escaped. Yes. Senior brother Fan, don't worry. Jing Xiaojia nodded. Fanny gritted his teeth and said, if he kills again, I'll be the one who kills, Sai. He hit the tree with his palm. They then floated down. The trunk of the tree had already turned into powder, as if it was made of sand. A gust of wind blew, and the tree rustled and fluttered. Then, the tree completely disappeared from the world. After he landed, he closed his eyes and started to make a sign. Then, a strange force surrounded him. The three of them stared at him without moving. Chapter 2705. His eyes suddenly shot out a golden light, and then his whole body shone with a golden light. Ding! With a clear sound, Ho Xianji flew out with a bang. Chi 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 chi. With several sharp whistles, several golden lights shot at Ho Xianji. Ding ding ding. With a clear sound, Ho Xianji retreated even faster. Chuli took the opportunity to shoot out a thunder sword. Ho Xianji was going to take the opportunity to leave. The 8 treasures glazed shield was about to break. The golden light and Fan Yi's sudden burst of power were really too amazing, but Chu Li's move made him pause. The thunder sword did not succeed. The 8 treasures glazed shield flashed with a silver light and blocked the thunder sword. But this pause gave Fan Yi another chance. Chi 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 chi. With several whistles, the golden light shot into Ho Xianji's body. Ho Xianji's body flashed with silver light, and finally, with a bang, as if something had exploded, Ho Xianji burst into pieces, and then with another bang, he turned into a cloud of blood mist. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He escaped again. Broken bones, nowhere to run. Fan Yi sneered, his pale face showing a proud smile. The 8 treasures glazed shield may be strong, but it can't stop our sword. Chuli looked at Fan Yi doubtfully. Mo Yufong said, Senior brother Fan has mastered the southern sword. It is the earth heptagold chi, and its power is amazing. Southern sword. Chuli nodded slowly. He really did not know that Southern Gate had such a sword technique, and its power frightened him. The executing god thunder sword was already astonishing, and it was soundless and impossible to guard against, but it was still helpless against the 8 treasures glazed glass cover. The fierceness of the 8 treasures glazed glass cover could be seen, but such a powerful 8 treasures glazed glass cover unexpectedly couldn't block Nan Yijian, which also showed how powerful Nan Yijian was. Jing Xiaojia giggled. This southern sword is really powerful. Senior brother Fan, why didn't you use it earlier? Fan Yi's face slowly regained its color, and he shook his head. If I don't use it, the southern sword may not be able to succeed, and he dodges as soon as he strikes, so the southern sword can't do anything to him. Chuli nodded. Fan Yi was reliable. Even if Ho Xianji was injured, he would still be able to escape. With the help of the 8 treasures glazed glass shield, he would still be free and unfettered. Young Master Fan is truly amazing. He gave a thumbs up. He observed carefully in his mind and felt the merit. He could only have a vague sense of merit, but he couldn't be precise. It was just a strange feeling that he couldn't explain, but it was real. He could faintly feel that his merit had increased by a large margin. However, in order to meet the requirements, he still needed a lot of merit points. This time, he had used a scheme to get rid of Ho Xianji, but the merit points were not that much. It was far less than what he had expected. Thinking about it, he still needed to get rid of Ho Xianji directly. It was simple and direct, but the merit points were huge. Mo Yufong said, If we get rid of this guy, the Chi clan will definitely take revenge. Senior brother Fan, you should leave Wildfire City first. That's not necessary. Fan waved his hand and said, they have nothing to say. Besides, they don't know that I did it. Senior brother Fan, as far as I know, the Chi clan also has an identity Jade tag. If a disciple dies, they can use the identity Jade tag to find the murderer. Mo Yufong shook her head and said, they can find you in an instant. Fanny said, Junior sister Mo, you've always been smart, but sometimes you're stupid. If Ho Xianji really had an identity Jade tag in the Chi clan, would he still be free and unfettered until now? He would have been caught by the Chi clan long ago. That's true. Mo Yufong nodded lightly. An identity Jade tag was connected to a person's aura and fate. If the sect could use the identity Jade tag to find a disciple, even if Ho Xianji had the 8 treasures glazed glass shield, they would still be able to find him. Therefore, it could be inferred that the Chi clan must have lost Ho Xianji's identity Jade tag. Maybe they destroyed the identity Jade tag when they got rid of him, or maybe it was destroyed by Ho Xianji. Now you can rest assured, right? Fan chuckled. Mo Yufong and Jing Xiaojia nodded. Jing Xiaojia said, this time, it's all thanks to Big Brotherly. Senior brother Fan, can Big Brotherly become a high official of our sect? Fan looked at Chu Li and thought for a while before nodding. There's some hope. I'll report it to the sect first. Brotherly, what do you think? Do you want to be a high official of the South Gate? Chu Li looked flattered. Well, I'm afraid I'm not qualified. That's not necessarily true. Your divination technique is very powerful. Fanny laughed. This time, without you, Brother Li, Ho Xianji would have escaped. We'd have lost face. Chu Li nodded happily. If I can really become a high official of the South Gate, that would be great. All right, I'll report it to the higher-ups. Fan smiled. Chu Li thought about his identity. This time, he came to Wildfire City to kill Ho Xianji and did not want to involve the Great Mercy Temple. Therefore, he acted carefully. Unlike the previous identity of Li Chu, this Li Chi's identity was real. There was indeed such a person. His background was exactly the same as him. Even his appearance was exactly the same. There was almost no flaw in this identity. Brother Fan, we'll take our leave. Mo Yufong said. She looked at Chu Li and said softly, Brotherly, we'll meet at the sect. Chu Li Fizz saluted and smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Mo Yufong and Jing Xiaojia waved their hands and disappeared lightly. This was a troublesome place. They were all burdens. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Let's go, Brotherly, follow me. Fanny put his arm around Chu Li's shoulder and laughed. Let's see the prosperity of Wildfire City. All right. Chu Li smiled. He took a step forward and came in front of a tree. He looked at the tree. Chu Li secretly praised his attentiveness. Since Ho Xianji was dead, what about the 8 treasures glazed shield? The 8 treasures glazed shield was a treasure. No matter how powerful Nanijin was, he could not have blown it up. He gently patted the tree in front of him that was as thick as a person's arms. Bang! After a muffled sound, the tree body rustled into powder. Finally, a jade pendant fell. The jade pendant was only the size of a date pit. It was very easy to ignore. Fanny bent down and slowly and carefully picked it up. He put it in his palm and looked at it carefully. Chu Li squinted his eyes and looked at the jade pendant that emitted a strange force. He was quite tempted. This was the 8 treasures glazed shield. Its power was amazing. Most importantly, it could block many attacks from top-notch masters. Fanny's stupid method of using inner energy made Ho Xianji snicker. He thought it was stupid and could not kill Ho Xianji. This 8 treasures glazed shield was the root of Ho Xianji's freedom. According to his eyes, if Ho Xianji had not changed the cause and effect, he could have continued to be free for nearly 10,000 years. Fanny praised, I really did not expect this 8 treasures glazed shield to look like this. Chu Li frowned and looked at it. This is really the 8 treasures glazed shield. I'm afraid it might not be. He shook his head. It is. My feeling is very accurate. It is the 8 treasures glazed shield. Chu Li gasped in admiration. That's a great reward. This is for you, Brother Li. Fanny reached out and handed it to him. Chu Li hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. I dare not accept it. Brother Fan, I do not have the fortune to enjoy this. Chapter 2706. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. How can I get my hands on such a valuable item? Brother Fan, you're doing me a disservice. Ha! All right. Fanny smiled and kept it in his arms. Ho Xianji's luck is really good to be able to obtain such a treasure. Unfortunately, he still died by my hands. Chu Li nodded. The 8 treasures glaze cover was a true treasure. Its power was shocking and comparable to martial arts secret manuals. Obtaining the 8 treasures glaze cover was equivalent to having a few more lives. It required a huge amount of luck to obtain. Ho Xianji's luck was indeed amazing. Unfortunately, he met Chu Li, who possessed the eye connection and could destroy karma and change fate. Chu Li said, Brother Fan, the people from the Qi faction try to snatch it. That depends on what they're capable of. Fan Yi curled his lips. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Fan Yi's cultivation level was indeed higher than Chu Li's, but the masters from the Qi faction were not weak either. If 4 top-notch masters were to attack him, Fan Yi would not be able to escape unscathed. For Fan Yi to be so confident, he must have some secret skill or treasure that allowed him to escape safely. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so presumptuous. Fan Yi said, Don't worry, the Qi faction is tyrannical, but the South faction is not vegetarian either. If they dare to kill someone, they'll have to face the South faction's crazy revenge. Chu Li sighed. It feels good to have the support of the faction. Fan Yi smiled. This time, you've taken the majority of the credit. I'll report the truth and let the faction recruit you as a high official. We'll be a family then. Chu Li fist saluted. Thank you. The two of them then entered the Ascension Fairy Tower. Chu Li portrayed a young man who had never seen the world, was restrained, and was extremely cautious. There were no flaws in his portrayal. In the middle of the night, Chu Li rolled onto the bed with a beautiful lady from the Ascension Tower, but escaped at the last moment. This made Fan Yi laugh and brought him to the Ascension Tower the next day. Chu Li seemed to be more familiar with the situation. He spoke more casually with the beautiful lady beside him and was not as reserved. By the 3rd day, Chu Li was already talking and laughing at ease. He had quickly transformed from a young and inexperienced fellow into a man of pleasure. However, he had been guarding the last checkpoint and left without hesitation in the middle of the night. Fan Yi asked him why he had such amazing perseverance and self-control. Chu Li helplessly told him that the heart technique he cultivated required a pure yang body. He had not perfected it yet, and if he lost his virginity, all his previous efforts would go to waste. Fan Yi came to a sudden realization and shook his head in sympathy. He felt that Chu Li was torturing himself by cultivating this martial art. On the morning of the 5th day, Chu Li was cultivating in the courtyard without moving. Fan Yi pushed the door open and laughed out loud. Brother Li, good news. Chu Li stopped cultivating and closed fist saluted with a smile. Brother Fan, do you have any good news? The order has come from a sect. Fan Yi came over and sat down at the stone table. He said with a smile, You are ordered to go to the sect. It is very likely that they want to test your ability so that you can become a high priest. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Fan Yi smiled and said, I believe that with your ability, you will definitely become a revered one. Then I shall borrow Brother Fan's words. Chu Li said, But once I leave, Brother Fan, you must be careful. They may already suspect that Ho Xianji is dead. They had been living peacefully for the past few days. Although they were having fun, the people from the Qi clan did not disturb them. They lived in peace. Obviously, they had not found out that Ho Xianji was dead or were investigating the murderer. Fan Yi said, So what if they find out? Chu Li shook his head. What if they want to take revenge? Brother Fan, you should be more careful. Don't worry, I know. Fan Yi patted his shoulder. This time, Junior Sister Mo and Junior Sister Jing have put in a lot of good words. Chu Li sighed. The two ladies are really good people. But don't you have any bad ideas? Fan E said, Junior Sister Mo is Master's Junior Mo's daughter, and Junior Sister Jing is Master's Junior Brother Jing's niece. Both of them come from good backgrounds. Many disciples have their eyes on them. Chuli laughed and shook his head. Brother Fan, you really have a good imagination. I definitely don't have such thoughts. That's good. Fan E smiled. Otherwise, even if you enter the sect, your life will not be easy. Understood. Chuli nodded. He knew that Fan E was reminding him not to get too close to the two ladies, or else he would get into a lot of trouble. However, he was not afraid of trouble. He wanted to find out the mystery of the Southern Gate's martial arts by getting into trouble. Then let's go. I'll bring you there. Fan E smiled. Chuli looked around and nodded. Let's go. Fan E put his hand on his shoulder and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, they appeared at the bottom of a mountain. Chuli looked at the mountain peak. It was majestic and straight into the clouds. The peak could not be seen clearly as it was covered by the white clouds. Just by standing in front of the mountain, he felt small and could not help but feel a sense of solemnity. Under the white clouds, the whole mountain was like a world of ice and snow. The light of the glacier shimmered under the white clouds, revealing a bit of purity. Chuli exclaimed, "This is the Southern Gate. How is it?" Fan E laughed. "You're new here. You need to climb the clouds step by step from the foot of the mountain. You can't use light body technique." Chuli raised his eyebrows. "Do I have to do this every time?" This stage is to sharpen one's mind. It's very beneficial to one's cultivation, but it's only useful for the first time. Fanny said, "Try it. I'll wait for you at the top of the mountain." Chuli fist saluted. Fan E suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of a basilica in a valley. The valley was as warm as spring. It was surrounded by lush greenery, blooming flowers, and a faint fragrance. He came to the basilica and fist saluted. Disciple Fan E requests an audience with the temple leader. "Come in." A hoarse voice came from the opposite basilica. Fan E stepped up the stairs and climbed 99 steps. He lifted the curtain and entered the basilica. In the spacious and flat basilica, there was only a skinny old man standing with his hands behind his back. He was admiring the river mountain painting on the north wall with his back facing him. Temple leader. Fan E fist saluted. "All right, what's Li Chi's personality like?" The skinny old man turned around and revealed a thin face. His eyebrows and beard were all white. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if he wanted to see through Fan E. Fan E nodded lightly. He has a firm heart and is extremely self-disciplined. He's already very hardworking. Unfortunately, he's limited by his qualifications and can't achieve much. So, there's nothing wrong with his heart? The skinny old man asked. Fanny nodded. He didn't know about Junior Sister Mo and Junior Sister Jing at that time. It's obvious that he's able to stand up for them. It's rare, even when his cultivation level isn't high. If it were me, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. There are so many smart people in the world. What we lack are fools. The skinny old man nodded. I've already investigated his background. It's clean, and he has nothing to do with the Great Mercy Temple. He's indeed cultivating the Flying Stars technique. Then, does he have anything to do with the star-seizing sect? Fan E frowned. The skinny old man shook his head. He has nothing to do with it. It's been tens of thousands of years. He's already in the 3rd generation. That's good. Fan E sighed in relief. The skinny old man smiled. Even if there's a problem, there's nothing to be afraid of. Once he's on the mountain, what trouble can he cause? I'm just being cautious. Once we're on the mountain, we'll know if there's anything wrong with him. Chapter 2707. Stepping onto the path of the mountain meant opening the path of the heart. Whether there was a traitor or not, it would be clear on this path. Moreover, there were treasures guarding the sect. Entering the sect would show one's martial arts and malice, so it was impossible for there to be a traitor in Southgate. Although there were few high officials, they were very reliable. They could be trusted as true disciples. As long as Li Chi had ulterior motives, he would be exposed on the path of the heart. Even if he could hide from the path of the heart and enter the sect, he would be forced to show his true colors by the sect's treasures. At that time, what martial arts he had cultivated and what thoughts he had about the sect would be clear. Since he's worth recruiting, let's give it a try. The skinny elder said slowly. How's the situation on your side? They didn't notice after I killed host Shinji. Fan E smiled. It seems that they really don't have host Shinji's identity jade tag. They didn't deliberately cover for me, and they're more cautious. They didn't drive me away directly. I'm afraid they have a guilty conscience. It seems that the treasure hasn't been taken by them. The skinny elder frowned and said in a low voice, Then we still have a chance. Unfortunately, we still don't know his whereabouts. They should be searching for him. Fanny said, I hope this brotherly can deduce it. The star-seizing sect is still very powerful. The flying star incantation requires an extremely high talent. Brotherly's talent in martial arts is average, but his talent in the flying star incantation is extremely high. Everyone has their own strengths. It's inevitable, the skinny elder said. If that's the case, he can be considered a lost pearl. We're lucky. As long as he doesn't have other intentions, we should train him well. That's right. Fanny nodded. The skinny elder said, Go. Be careful. Even with the protection of the treasure, you can't be careless. I understand. I'll be going. Fan E closed fists saluted and disappeared. Chuli stepped onto the stairs made of ice. Crystal clear and flawless, the rectangular blocks of ice formed a dreamlike staircase. Logically, the ice steps should be very slippery, but the steps here were the opposite. They felt like sand, and the sunlight shone on them, but they didn't melt at all. When Chuli stepped onto the stairs, he felt a faint cold air entering his body from the bottom of his feet. He needed to circulate his energy to expel it. He glanced at the mountain, but the omniscient mirror could not see the situation above the clouds. The peak of the mountain was shrouded by an invisible force, and this path made of ice was also strange. There was a strange aura to it, and it was definitely not normal. In his mind, he kept chanting the Mahavira immobility scripture. The life and death scripture concealed all his martial arts skills, only revealing an ordinary heart sutra, which was the most basic martial art heart sutra of the Great Mercy Temple. This set of mental cultivation method was moderate and gentle, so there was no need to worry about chi deviation. However, because of this, it was mediocre and one's progress in cultivation was slow. One had to take one step at a time, but the foundation was solid, far surpassing that of ordinary people. He slowly walked up while channeling his inner energy to resist the chill in the soles of his feet. The higher he went, the stronger the chill. In the end, he could no longer withstand the cold with his cultivation, so he could only endure it. As the chill grew stronger, his vision swayed faintly, and he was about to hallucinate, but his mind was suppressed by the Mahavira immobility scripture. His mind was clear, and he sped up. When he turned around to look, the foot of the mountain was already as small as a pebble. Halfway up the mountain, he moved faster and faster, but halfway up the mountain, his speed became slower. The chill seemed to freeze his body, and, as the chill increased, the hallucinations became stronger. Nevertheless, his spirit was strong, and he firmly suppressed the erosion of the hallucinations. He slowly moved forward step by step, and his body was already covered in white frost. Finally, he arrived in front of Valley, and suddenly a warm breath hit him in the face, and he immediately stepped from winter to spring. The warm feeling enveloped him, and then the hallucinations appeared in front of him again. Chu Li's mind became clear again, and he slowly walked inside. There were no guards outside the valley, so he slowly entered the valley. He walked along the path that was full of beautiful mountain flowers, and finally arrived at a majestic basilica. He stood in front of the 99 steps. Two young men in blue robes stood on the steps. When they saw him, they raised their voices and asked, "Are you Li Qi?" "Yes," Chu Li said in a low voice. "Please come in." Chu Li fist saluted and slowly walked up the steps. He lifted the curtain and entered the basilica. In the basilica, a scrawny old man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him quietly. The old man's eyes were like lightning, and in an instant he saw through Chu Li's entire body from inside to outside. After walking through the mental path, He was physically and mentally exhausted and was at his weakest. The scrawny old man took the opportunity to see more clearly and saw the eagerness, desire, and excitement in Chu Li's heart. The scrawny old man nodded in satisfaction. This was another martial artist who desired to enter a famous sect, to enter the top sect, to find a strong backing, to walk around with confidence, and to cultivate stronger martial arts. I am Sima Xing, the Hall Master of Conscience Hall. The scrawny old man said calmly, Li Qi, are you sincere in entering the South Gate to become a high official, and from then on, share weal and woe with the South Gate? Chu Li Fist saluted and said in a low voice, Yes. Sima Xing said, Becoming a high official of the sect has many restrictions. Can you comply? As he spoke, he picked up a wooden board from the table beside him and threw it to Chu Li. Chu Li caught the wooden board and glanced at it. It was about a foot square of black wood, and it was densely packed with words the size of a fly's head. Chu Li took a look at it, and there were a total of 10 commandments. A high official could not violate them, or else he would be punished by the sect rules. A light punishment would be crippled of his martial arts, and he would be imprisoned in the sect for life. A heavy punishment would be beheaded. He flipped it over, and it was written about the treatment of a high official, and there were a total of 10 rules. It included his usual residence, the authority he could enjoy in the sect, the level of martial arts he could cultivate, and the level of participation in the affairs of the sect. It was clearly written. The authority he had was not big, and it was slightly better than a normal disciple in the sect, but not by much. Chu Li lightly tossed the wooden board back onto the table, and Fist saluted, I will definitely comply. Very good. Sima Xing let out a smile. Now there's only the last rule, and it depends on your ability. Chu Li said, Please, do you know what this thing is? Sima Xing took out a piece of white paper and flicked it. The white paper floated as if it had fallen into the water. It flowed along the water flow and floated to Chu Li's hand. Chu Li glanced at it, frowned, and thought for a while. In the end, he shook his head. There was a long sword drawn on it, and it had an antique charm. Even if it was just a drawing, it already exuded an ancient aura, and there was a vague sense of superiority. Chu Li exclaimed, Looks like it's a treasure sword. It's a precious treasure sword. Sima Xing nodded, but this sword has been lost. If you can deduce its location, then you'll pass the high official test, and you'll truly become a high official of the South Gate. Chu Li said, What if I can't deduce it? Sima Xing shook his head and sighed. Then I can only send you back. Chu Li said, Then I'll give it a try, but I need specific information. What kind of sword is this, and who is it related to? Clap, clap. Sima Xing clapped his hands, and a beautiful lady appeared from the side door. She was graceful, and it was Jing Xiaojia. She smiled sweetly. Big brotherly, we meet again. Chu Li revealed a smile. Fist saluted. Miss Jing. Sima Xing said, Xiaojia, tell him. Yes, hall leader, Jing Xiaojia replied crisply. Big brotherly, follow me. Chapter 2708. Chu Li closed fist saluted Sima Xing and followed Jing Xiaojia to the side door. Soon, they passed through a moon door and arrived at a quiet garden. Jing Xiaojia smiled and said, Brotherly, this test is a trap. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Jing Xiaojia looked around and scoffed. Whether or not the ancient sword we're looking for exists and where it is, it's all a mystery. All the sects don't know. They're just trying to get one and don't want it to fall into someone else's hands. Chu Li asked, What kind of treasure sword is it? Passing light, divine sword. Jing Xiaojia said, This sword is passed down from ancient times, and it's said to come from a higher heaven. It's powerful, but it also attacks its owner. In short, it's a treasure sword that's as powerful as the backlash. Chu Li asked, How powerful is it? It's said that this sword can break through time. Once it hits, there's no way to avoid it because it's already broken through the restraints of time. It's almost at the same time as when the sword is struck. There's no time to dodge. Jing Xiaojia frowned and scoffed. It's said to be magical, but no one can say for sure whether it really exists or not. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. He'd heard of the legend of the passing light divine sword. It was said that it was a sword worn by an enlightened master. This enlightened master died soon, and the divine sword was nowhere to be found. It was said that it had returned to a higher heaven, or it was still in this world, but no one knew its whereabouts. Moreover, the most powerful thing about the passing light divine sword wasn't its strange material. It was said that it contained an inheritance, a divine technique, passing light divine finger. This finger had the same power and wonder as the divine sword. Once it was pointed, there was no way to avoid it. What harmed was not one's body, but one's lifespan. A single finger could destroy 100 years of lifespan. It was truly vicious. Unfortunately, no one had successfully cultivated it, so no one could determine the whereabouts of the passing light divine sword. Jing Xiaojia said, "A while ago, there was a rumor that the passing light divine sword had appeared and was choosing a successor." Chu Li said, "There should be a lot of such news." "There are a lot." Jing Xiaojia nodded lightly. "But this time, the news is more likely to be true. We've also probed the heavens, equal faction, and the divine heaven gate. They're all searching for this divine sword." Chu Li frowned and muttered, "What about the star-seizing sect?" The star-seizing sect's divination technique was extremely powerful. The flying star incantation originated from the star-seizing sect, so as long as one asked the star-seizing sect, they would be able to find out the truth. Jing Xiaojia shook her head. The fact that the star-seizing sect is so secretive about it already proves that it's true. Chu Li said, since they were able to deduce it, it's only natural that they got it first. It's not that simple. Jing Xiaojia shook her head and said, if the star-seizing sect was so magical, it would have become the top sect in the world long ago. Chu Li smiled. What's so difficult about it? It is said that this kind of magical treasure naturally involves the destiny of heaven and earth, but the star-gathering sect doesn't dare to touch the destiny of heaven. They only study it, but they don't rely on the art of deduction to obtain the treasure, Jing Xiaojia said. Chu Li seemed to be deep in thought. He slowly nodded with a look of admiration. Jing Xiaojia said, "It's said that this is the iron rule of the star-seizing sect. Disciples are not allowed to use the art of deduction to obtain treasures or secret manuals. Otherwise, they will be crippled of their kung fu or even killed." Chu Li praised. This rule of the star-gathering sect is very wise. He understood the destiny and the power of karma the best. If the star-gathering sect really dared to rely on the art of deduction to change their fate, the backlash would soon wipe them out. Not everyone had the luck and comprehension to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture. Jing Xiaojia said, if there's really no passing light divine sword, the star-gathering sect will definitely say that they still like peace. But if they don't say anything, then it means that there is. Chu Li said, I understand. The sect needs me to find the location of the passing light divine sword. If you can find it, that would be the best. Jing Xiaojia nodded. Chu Li pondered and said, I'll try, but I need more detailed information. If there's anything about the passing light divine sword, that would be the best. There really is. Jing Xiaojia nodded and said, come take a look at this. As she said this, she led Chu Li to the bottom of a rockery and pointed at a square stone. This lustrous white stone was about the height of a person, and it was used as a stone block at the foot of the rockery. It seemed to have been polished by the wind and rain for a long time. It was squarish, round, and soft. Its shape was strange, and it emitted a sparkling and translucent aura, as if it was carved from a large piece of white jade. Good jade, Chu Li praised. Jing Xiaojia said, this white jade was carved from the passing light divine sword. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Jing Xiaojia smiled and said, you don't believe me? Why is it here? Chu Li asked. Jing Xiaojia said, I don't know, but this was collected by the seniors. It should be correct. It's said that there's still a lingering force of time on it. I can't feel it. Chu Li nodded and reached out to touch the white jade. A strange force floated in his mind. It was faintly discernible and he could not touch it, but it really existed. It was like a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he could not grasp it. After a while, Chu Li retracted his hand and sighed softly. How is it? How do you feel? Jing Xiaojia stared at him curiously, her big bright eyes unblinking. Chu Li sighed. It's really strange. With this, can you find the passing light divine sword? Jing Xiaojia asked. Chu Li said, other than the star-seizing sect, there are other people who are proficient in the art of deduction. I didn't ask them. I tried, but it didn't work. Jing Xiaojia shook her head. So I left in shame. Chu Li looked at the stone. Where did you get this? A valley. Jing Xiaojia said. Do you want to see it? Chu Li nodded. Follow me, Jing Xiaojia said. She pulled Chu Li's sleeve, and the two disappeared from the garden. The next moment, they appeared in a desolate valley. The valley was located in a corner of the mountains. There was no one around, not even a road. There were only lush old trees and messy weeds. Branches and leaves intertwined in the valley. It was a mess. This is the stone I got from here. Jing Xiaojia said, it's been a long time. Chu Li nodded slowly. The omniscient mirror was already very clear. It carefully observed every inch of the land and looked for any abnormalities. Jing Xiaojia said, but don't think that you'll find anything. I've searched countless times, and there's nothing. Chu Li sighed. The passing light divine sword. He had not sensed anything out of the ordinary. The passing light, God's word, most likely had nothing to do with this mountain valley. It would not be easy to find this God word. However, if it was so easy to find, it would not have remained undiscovered for so many years. There's no hurry. Take your time. Jing Xiaojia said, maybe we'll be lucky and find something. Chu Li nodded and walked around the valley with his hands behind his back. Chapter 2709. He frowned as he paced around the valley, but he could not find anything strange. Brotherly, did you find anything? Jing Xiaojia asked curiously. Chu Li frowned and shook his head. Jing Xiaojia looked at him and seemed to have found something. She smiled and said, if there's really a clue, we might not even need to derive the passing light sword. The sect would have made you a high official right away. This place was almost ransacked, but there were no clues at all. Eventually, we gave up, thinking that we might have made a mistake. Chu Li did not say anything. He continued pacing with his hands behind his back, measuring the valley step by step. Jing Xiaojia followed beside him and stared at him curiously. She could not help but find it interesting when she saw him frowning as if he was deep in thought, but could not find the root of it. The corners of her smooth lips slowly curled up. She felt that Chu Li had inexplicably become more charming at this moment. He suddenly became much more good-looking. 2 hours later, Chu Li stopped where he was. He stood exactly where he had been standing before and sighed. He had already walked through every inch of the valley. Not only did he observe with the omniscient mirror, but he also personally stepped on the ground to feel the peculiarities of the soil and plants to ensure that there were no formations. Formations were divided into innate and acquired ones. Acquired formations were man-made, whereas innate formations were created by nature and could not be done by humans. They were usually more powerful, and he might not have been able to detect them. At first, he thought that there might be an innate formation in this valley, which was why he had such a strange feeling. It was faintly discernible, but he could not see it clearly. After personally measuring the valley, he had already rejected this idea. There was indeed no formation in this valley. Did you find anything strange? Jing Xiaojia asked. She looked up at the sky. It was already dusk, and the sky was about to turn dark. Chu Li sighed. No, not even a little bit. Jing Xiaojia asked. Chu Li shook his head. Jing Xiaojia looked disappointed and sighed. Then I can't derive the location of the passing light sword. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Derivation can't be done out of thin air. We need to borrow the false to find the true. Without anything to borrow, derivation is like a castle in the air. Everything is an illusion and not reality. Regardless, we should derive it and see, Jing Xiaojia said. We can fool it first. Chu Li looked at her in surprise. Jing Xiaojia said, if you can't find any clues about the passing light divine sword, then you definitely won't be able to become a high priest. This is a rule that no one can break. Even a sect master has no right to make you a high priest. Chu Li smiled. Is it that strict? You need the approval of all the elders before you can enter. Jing Xiaojie said, whether they agree or not will depend on whether or not they have reached the standard. Thus, Big Brotherly, you must find the passing light sword, otherwise the elders will definitely not agree. Chu Li sighed and said, I'll give it a try then. Let's go. Jing Xiaojie quickly said. The two of them returned to the garden and stopped in front of the round jade stone. Chu Li reached out his hand to touch the jade, then closed his eyes and formed a mudra with both hands. He mumbled to himself as he activated his heaven's eye. Bang! He suddenly flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Jing Xiaojie quickly stepped forward to support him so that he wouldn't fall. Brotherly, what's wrong? Chu Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. What a powerful passing light divine sword. The heavens, I looked at the origin of this jade stone. As expected, he found that a strange treasure sword had lightly sliced through the huge jade stone as if it was cutting through tofu. When Chu Li saw the glimmering sword light, his mind felt as if it was hit by a huge impact. His vision darkened, and he spat out blood as he flew backwards. He was injured. Jing Xiaojie was overjoyed. Brotherly, have you figured out where the passing light divine sword is? Chu Li shook his head. Jing Xiaojie asked, then what happened? Chu Li sighed and said, I only vaguely saw the sword, but I don't know where it is. I can't see it clearly. Sigh. Jing Xiaojie said helplessly, I've worked hard for nothing. She looked at Chu Li disappointedly and said, Brotherly, this is a rare opportunity. If we really miss it, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter the southern heavenly gate anymore. Why don't we fool them first? Chu Li hurriedly waved his hand. This is no small matter. It's not appropriate. Brotherly, just say that you know where it is. When you want to look for it, it wasn't there. Just say that it was taken away by someone else. Jing Xiaojie tilted her head and said, Oh, right. You can also say that this passing light divine sword is extremely mysterious. It will hide itself, so no one has been able to obtain it for so many years. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Miss Jing, thank you very much, but you still can't lie like this. There will be endless trouble in the future. Sigh. Brotherly, you're so stubborn. Jing Xiaojie was anxious. She saw Chu Li as her savior, so she had been trying to push him to enter the southern heavenly gate and become a high official. She had already tried her best to plead for him in the sect, and personally came to introduce the passing light divine sword. Chu Li said, Looks like I'm not capable enough. Jing Xiaojie frowned and pondered. She suddenly looked up and said, Brotherly, did you see the appearance of the passing light divine sword through divination? Chu Li slowly nodded and said, Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. That's already impressive. Until now, no one has seen it with their own eyes. Jing Xiaojie smiled and said, This is already very impressive. I'll go and ask the hall leader. She disappeared gracefully. Chu Li felt a warmth in his heart. He had a good impression of the Southern Heavenly Gate. The few Southern Heavenly Gate disciples that he had come into contact with were honest and kind. They were not evil people and were not as extreme as the Equal Heaven Gate. After a while, Jing Xiaojie appeared again and smiled. Come, let's convince the hall leader first. Chu Li went to the Conscience Interrogation Hall with her. Inside the Conscience Interrogation Hall, Sima Xing sat on the armchair. His skinny figure seemed even thinner and weaker. The basilica was empty. He sat steadily and looked at Chu Li. He slowly said, Did you really see the appearance of the passing light divine sword? Chu Li said, I vaguely saw it and was injured. Then let me take a look at the drawing, Sima Xing said. Chu Li nodded and went to the desk in front of the window. He took the brush that Jing Xiaojie handed to him and began to draw on the unfolded paper. His brush was very slow, as if there was an invisible force that was hindering his hand. Halfway through the drawing, his forehead was already covered with a layer of sweat. This time, he was not pretending. His hand was really hindered by an invisible force. Halfway through the drawing, he could not continue no matter what. Bang! Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. The brush in his hand exploded. As if he was struck by lightning, he trembled and staggered backward. Sima Xing took a step behind him and pressed his palm on his back. Bang! Sima Xing also took a step back. As if he was struck by lightning, his expression changed slightly. Chu Li's face was pale. He turned to look at Sima Xing and smiled bitterly. Hall leader. Sima Xing took a deep look at him and suppressed his surging blood qi. He looked at the white paper on the table and only saw a lonely sword hilt. It was antique, and the flourishing patterns on it seemed to be surging with an indescribable power. He was captivated by it at first glance. He could feel that this sword was extraordinary. This is the passing light, divine sword? He looked at Chu Li. Chu Li sighed. If my prediction is correct, this should be it. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is not high enough, and I can't predict any further. Chapter 2710. Chu Li immediately fell straight down towards the torrential river below. Huh? Bai Chongling laughed maniacally. Chu Li stared at him angrily, as if he had died with a grievance. Bai Chongling looked at his eyes and laughed even more maniacally. Bam! Chu Li fell into the river like a stone with a loud bang. Bai Chongling watched as he was swept away by the river in the blink of an eye. He laughed again. His fortuitous encounter was because he was caught by a tree branch while falling off a cliff. Fortunately, he encountered a cave. After entering the cave, he inherited the 100 Phoenix Rising Sun technique. From then on, his martial arts improved by leaps and bounds, and he achieved his current cultivation level. However, this little monk's cultivation level and movement were sealed by him. He fell into the river like a stone, and the raging river would not spare his life. If he still had his cultivation level, he would not be a threat. If he did not have his cultivation level, he would still have a chance of survival if he could move. As for now, he had no cultivation level and could not move. He would definitely die. Not everyone had the same fortuitous encounter as him. The more he thought about Chu Li's angry eyes, the happier he felt. Bam! Suddenly, he was hit in the back. Chu Li appeared out of nowhere and firmly pressed his palm on his back. A pink light flashed, and a protective barrier automatically protected his body. Chu Li's inner energy from the heavenly spirit scripture was like a raging wave. It was compressed to the limit by the demon suppression seal and exploded with its greatest power. The pink light flickered incessantly, transforming the extremely pure palm energy layer by layer. Chu Li immediately activated the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture to fight against the pink light. After a while, Chu Li suddenly disappeared. The pink light expanded and completely transformed Chu Li's palm energy. Chu Li appeared in front of the 10 old monks and said helplessly, Master Wen Fa, we are no match for him. Ba. Wen Fa was comforting the beautiful woman and sighed helplessly. This person's cultivation level is too shocking. The temple's assessment of his strength is wrong. We need a stronger master. Chu Li nodded. Let's go. Lady Almsgiver, come with us. All right. The beautiful woman nodded happily. As soon as Chu Li, Monk Wen Fa, and the others disappeared, Bai Chongling suddenly appeared. He glanced left and right before transforming into a shadow that swept past the surrounding area. Finally, he destroyed a house with a punch and flew away. This time, he did not hide anymore. He had a clear understanding of his own martial arts cultivation. There were not many people in the world who could threaten him, so he did not need to be as careful as before. Chu Li, Wen Fa, and the other monks returned to the Great Mercy Temple. Women were not allowed to enter the Great Mercy Temple. Therefore, Wen Fa planned to send the woman to a nunnery nearby. He was going to use the Dharma of Buddhism to calm her heart, and then convert her to the Dharma of Buddhism. Chu Li waved his hand and said, Great Wizard One, please wait. Wen Fa stopped and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li pondered for a while. Grandmaster, please follow me. The two of them appeared in his monastery in a flash and told him the information they had obtained. If that's the case, one of her chi was taken away, so her heart is lifeless? Monk Wen Fa said slowly. Chu Li nodded. All right, I'll look for my senior brothers from the Hall of Healing, Monk Wen Fa said. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. Monk Wen Fa pressed his palms together in return and disappeared. Chu Li sighed. He had already observed the beautiful woman and could feel that she was missing something. There was no life in her, but he could not figure out what it was. The white phoenix rising sun technique was indeed mysterious and strange. The next moment, he appeared in Ding Ding's monastery. Monk Ding Ding had just released a white-headed bird and was holding a bamboo tube in his hand. He looked elegant and calm. When he saw Chu Li, he smiled and said, "Did you get rid of the flower picker?" Chu Li shook his head and told him what had happened. "By Chongling." Monk Ding Ding sighed. "It's considered a gain. At least we know his name and the martial arts he cultivates." Chu Li sighed. "This person has already grown up and is a great disaster. I can't subdue him, but I've already planted a seed in him, so I can find him." "Good." Monk Ding Ding clapped and praised. "I'm not afraid of his high cultivation level, but that he's nowhere to be found." Chu Li smiled. When he came into contact with Bai Chongling earlier, he secretly injected a strand of energy into him. It was the karmic fire. This strand of karmic fire was the purest form of his glazed lotus scripture. It was not easy to accumulate a strand of energy. He had been studying how to transform karmic fire into his own energy. That was the true power. Unfortunately, he had not been able to do so. His progress was slow, and he had only accumulated a strand of energy. This strand of energy was different from inner energy. It was mysterious and almost impossible to detect. With this strand of energy, Bai Chongling was like the moon in the night sky. It was easy to find him. If Master Wen and the others can't do it, then we can only ask Master Wen of the Xian generation, Monk Ding Ding said. That's definitely enough. Master Wen, Wisdom, and Ding Ji were the Dharma names of the Great Mercy Temple. So far, the Xian generation was the highest. The abbot, Xian Ji, was the youngest among the Xian generation. There were also other Xian generation monks in the temple. These Xian generation monks almost never made a move. Logically, they would not make a move on such a matter. However, Bai Chongling was too despicable. He could not allow him to continue harming women. He was confident that he could persuade the abbot to ask the Xian generation monks to make a move. He thought about this and turned to leave. "Wait here, I'll look for the abbot." He left in a hurry. Chu Li pressed his palms together to send him off. He paced in the courtyard with his hands behind his back as he recalled what had happened. His cultivation level was too weak. This was his biggest weakness. He became more and more impatient. His desire for merit grew. He could not wait to enter the 12th level of the Dragon and Elephant Wisdom and squeeze into the ranks of the top masters. However, he was a little hesitant now. He did not know if he could defeat Master Wen and the others if he entered the 12th level of the Dragon and Elephant Wisdom. If he could not win, he would not be considered a top-notch master. He still needed to cultivate harder. Once he entered the 12th level of the Dragon and Elephant Wisdom, he would reach the end of his cultivation. Was the martial arts of the Great Mercy Temple so useless? After a quarter of an hour, Monk Ding Ding appeared in a flash. "Junior brother, follow me." He pulled Chu Li's sleeve, and the two of them appeared in front of the Great Strength Hall. Abbot Xian Ji stood on the steps of the hall. His tall and burly body stood quietly like a deep abyss. A gust of wind blew, but his yellow cowl did not move. He looked at him calmly. "Ding Ru, I've heard about Bai Chongling's cultivation level from Master Wen and the others. Now, I need to ask my two senior brothers, Xian Ju and Xian Ju, to make a move." Chu Li pressed his palms together. "Ba, the abbot is merciful. You must destroy this devil." Monk Xian Ji said calmly. "For the sake of all living beings in the world." Chu Li replied, "Yes." Two middle-aged monks slowly walked out of the Great Strength Hall. Monk Xian Ji pressed his palms together and said, "Senior brother Xian Ju, Senior brother Xian Ju, thank you." The two middle-aged monks pressed their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. They did not speak and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. "Honorable Master Xian Ju, Honorable Master Xian Ju." He felt that the two monks did not have any inner energy or cultivation level. He used the omniscient mirror to observe them, and found that they had no cultivation level either. It was extremely strange. The two of them were obviously old, but they did not feel the vicissitudes of life. It was even more strange. Moreover, both of them looked extraordinarily handsome. Wearing a gray monk robe, they still looked suave and extraordinary. Their demeanor was admirable, and they looked even younger than Monk Huiguang. Monk Xianju and Xianju nodded. Let's go. Chapter 27:11. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms and grabbed both of their sleeves before disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, the three of them appeared in a bustling city. The bustling crowd around them was shocked when they saw the three of them suddenly appear, and they quickly made way for them. The omniscient mirror instantly captured Bai Zhongling in the crowd. He turned around and bowed to Bai Zhongling, who was 100 feet away. He scoffed, "Almsgiver Bai, we meet again." Bai Zhongling did not change his appearance. He still looked like a handsome middle-aged man. He was not bothered by the appearance of Chu Li and the others. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. "Little monk, you're courting death again. You're really not afraid of death." The crowd was bustling with people coming and going. The three of them were hidden from the crowd, but Bai Zhongling was in the crowd. They were 100 feet away, but their words could be heard clearly. The eyes and ears of the two groups were not hindered by the 100 feet distance. They could clearly see each other's expressions and hear each other's voices. Chu Li bowed. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Almsgiver Bai. This time, you have nowhere to run." Bai Zhongling waved his hand. "Tell me how you escaped first, little monk." He was very curious about Chu Li. The White Phoenix Rising Sun power was extremely refined and different from the power of heart techniques in martial arts. It was almost impossible for Chu Li to free himself when he sealed it. The last time he came and went in a hurry, so he did not have time to ask. It was different now. He already understood why his cultivation was so shocking. No one could threaten him, so he acted without fear. He was calm and at ease. He had a leisurely heart to satisfy his curiosity. Chu Li said, "Although the White Phoenix Rising Sun power is amazing, it's not invincible." His inner energy could not break through the power of the White Phoenix Rising Sun power, but the glazed lotus scripture could. When he fell into the water, he first used God's limbs to leave the water, and then used the glazed lotus scripture to dissolve the power of the White Phoenix Rising Sun power. Bai Zhongling scoffed. "You're quite arrogant. You brought 2 monks this time, and you think you could defeat me?" He glanced at Xianmia and Xianju and scoffed. "Looks like you have divine powers. I like to see it for myself." The bustling crowd around him began to make way for him. Those who weren't here to watch the show all avoided him, trying to get as far away as possible. Bai Zhongling's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even the commoners with poor martial arts could feel his power. They knew that once a master of this level made a move, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. The impact would be great, and it would be no different from suffering a natural disaster. The surroundings quickly became an empty space. Some people went to the distant buildings to take a look, but most of them hid far away for fear of hurting themselves. Chu Li, the 3 monks, and Bai Zhongling were 100 feet away from each other. Their auras were surging like a raging river, and the dust around them began to swirl. Chu Li turned around and said, "Honorable masters, I'll go first." His god-punishing thunder sword suddenly shot out. Bang, 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 bang. Several god-punishing thunder swords shot out with even greater power. Bai Zhongling's body surged with a pink radiance, breathing in and out as if he was breathing, completely blocking the power of the god-executing thunder sword. However, the god-executing thunder sword was a spiritual power, and the 100 Phoenix Rising Sun art was unable to convert it into his own power. Umitba. The 2 monks placed their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Then in a flash, they appeared in front of Bai Zhongling, one on his left and the other on his right. Their right palms gently pressed toward Bai Zhongling, as gentle as a breeze, without a trace of mortal aura. Chu Li could not feel any energy fluctuations, nor did he sense any killing intent. It was the same for Bai Zhongling. He did not feel threatened at all, as if it was a joke. He was just blindly gesturing, but in reality, he did not use any inner energy at all. Thus, he did not hesitate to extend both of his palms to receive the attack. He was filled with killing intent toward Chu Li, so he felt the same toward Xian Ye and Xian Ju as well. He wanted to directly kill Chu Li to intimidate the heroes of the world, to let them know his strength, so that they would not cause trouble for him again. If he could kill the monks of the Great Mercy Temple with one palm strike, it would be enough to make most people behave. Pop! A muffled and strange sound was heard, as if the cork of a bottle had been pulled out. Bai Chongling's protective energy barrier shattered, as if a pink bottle had been smashed. Xian Ye and Xian Ju's palms passed through Bai Chongling's palms and gently pressed against his chest. The two monks' palms seemed gentle and slow, as if they were joking, but in reality, they were extremely fast. Bai Chongling extended his palms to receive the attack, but his palms were a step too slow and could not block the two monks' right palms. Bai Chongling's eyes widened and he froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chu Li realized that Bai Chongling's life force had been extinguished in an instant. He was dead. Xian Ye and Xian Ju retracted their palms and bowed to Bai Chongling with their palms pressed together. Bai Chongling stood straight on the spot, motionless. He maintained the posture of having his palms stretched out and was dumbfounded. Chu Li bowed. "Thank you, honorable masters." The two monks bowed to him and then disappeared. Chu Li took a deep breath. The previous scene was like an illusion, too surreal. Bai Chongling, who had an extremely high cultivation level, could not even fight back in front of the two monks. What shocked Chu Li even more was that from the beginning to the end, it was as if the two monks did not have any cultivation level. Even when they were killing Bai Chongling, there was no surge of energy. This was like a person who did not know martial arts killing a top-notch master. There was no abnormality at all. The omniscient mirror had been replaying the scene that had just taken place. Even though it was very slow, it still did not notice anything strange about the two monks. All it did was gently extend its palm and accurately hit Bai Chongling's precordium, killing him instantly. No matter how hard he looked, he still could not see what kind of energy killed Bai Chongling and cut off his vitality. He walked in front of Bai Chongling and placed his hand on his chest. His heart had already disappeared. It was empty, as if it had never been there. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He suddenly guessed that this was not martial arts, but divine power, a strange divine power that he had never mentioned before. However, after thinking about it, he still shook his head. He could sense that the two honorable masters did not have God's limbs. They used a light body technique to move through the void, which was the result of their cultivation level. It was also soundless, and there was no overflow of energy. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, their bodies were extremely clear and looked no different from having no cultivation level. Those with a high cultivation level could often block the observation of the omniscient mirror. Coupled with the fact that they concealed their aura, even if they were not masters, they could not escape Chu Li's eyes. He became more and more curious. When the omniscient mirror observed Bai Chongling, he was already completely dead. Even his soul had disappeared. Even if he used the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and the Wheel Pagoda, he could not find his soul and could not bring him back to life. The two honorable masters' methods were truly shocking and ruthless. They were indeed worthy of the name extermination. He first sensed his own merit and estimated how much more merit he needed. This time, he had obtained a lot of merit from Bai Chongling's death. He recited a scripture in front of Bai Chongling to expiate his soul, but it was only for show. In fact, Bai Chongling's soul had already disappeared, so expiation was useless. Then, he pressed his palms together at the crowd and disappeared. Bai Chongling did not bring anything with him. He did not have any treasures or the secret manual of the 100 Phoenix Rising Sunday. When Bai Chongling obtained the secret manual, he destroyed it to prevent it from being obtained by a second person in this world. He did not intend to pass it on to others. Chapter 2712. Have you seen the martial arts of the two honorable masters? Ding Ding smiled. Chuli nodded slowly. It's amazing. What kind of martial arts is this? It's almost divine. The demon suppression seal, Ding Ding said. Chuli was stunned and frowned. That can't be right. If it's the demon suppression seal, there should be inner energy, but the two honorable masters have no inner energy at all. This was the most difficult thing for him to understand. More importantly, this martial arts was truly invincible when used for sneak attacks. Without inner energy or surging killing intent, one would be undetectable and unavoidable. If one could cultivate it to this level, killing would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Ding Ding said, the demon suppression seal is cultivated to a high level, reaching the realm of nothingness. What about the dragon elephant wisdom? Chuli frowned. Does it have such power at the 12th level? Ding Ding smiled. Junior brother, you don't think the dragon elephant wisdom is as strong as you think, do you? I've cultivated it to the 11th level. I don't think I'll be much stronger if I advance another level. Chuli shook his head. No matter how strong it is, it's only a level increase. It's still limited. Ding Ding said, the strongest aspect of the dragon elephant wisdom is only revealed at the 12th level. Before that, although it's strong, it's not at the top. Chuli nodded. Before this, he felt that the dragon elephant wisdom was strong. Whether it was his reflexes, speed, or strength, they all increased tremendously. However, as time went on, the improvement was not as obvious. He did not improve much with each level. At this rate, the 12th level was also limited. He would not reach the peak even if he cultivated it to the 12th level. Actually, the strongest aspect of the dragon elephant wisdom is at the 12th level, breaking through the human limit. Ding Ding said, the human body has a limit. This limit is like a bottleneck that blocks the cultivation. Reaching the 12th level of the dragon elephant wisdom is breaking through this limit. From then on, the cultivation level can keep increasing. With every year of cultivation, it's a little stronger. It's unlike other martial arts where one can improve even after 10,000 years of cultivation. Chuli suddenly understood. That's why the 12th level of the dragon elephant wisdom is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. Ding Ding shook his head. Unfortunately, there are very few who can break through the human limit, or it wouldn't be called a limit. Only Honorable Master Wentong has done it in the past 10,000 years. Chuli asked, the Xian generation doesn't exist. Ding Ding shook his head lightly. Chuli hurriedly asked, how can one cultivate the demon suppression seal to its peak and reach the realm of nothingness? Monk Ding Ding smiled and said, the realm of existence isn't the limit of the demon subduing seal. When cultivated to the extreme, one can reach the realm of nirvana. When that time comes, one doesn't need to come into contact with the opponent. A single strike from the void is enough to annihilate the opponent. Chuli praised, what a great demon suppression seal. I've underestimated it. But to master the fiend subduing seal, the key is not martial arts, but the cultivation of the dermic dharma and perception. Monk Ding Ding said, therefore, Junior Martial Brother Ding Ru, our Great Mercy's temple doesn't focus on martial arts at all, but on the dharma. The stronger the dharma, the easier the cultivation will be. Many people who focus on cultivating the dharma, when it comes to martial arts, can easily reach a realm that others can't reach. Chuli slowly nodded and said, I'll first cultivate the dragon elephant prajna technique to the 12th level. That's right. Monk Ding Ding said, the dragon elephant prajna art is stronger than I imagined. He did not wait for Chuli to speak and continued. There's no news of the villains at the moment. Junior Martial Brother, you should take a break. Don't push yourself too hard. Chuli pressed his palms together and bowed, then turned and left. South Sun Town Chuli opened his eyes in the house and felt someone outside. He got off the bed and slowly walked out of the house. He saw Fan in a green robe standing in the middle of the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, motionless like a statue. Chuli approached him. Brother Fan. Fan, he looked at the sky and sighed. The incident at Hosien Town is over. Chuli asked, is the Equal Heaven faction not going to pursue the matter? Yes. Fanny nodded lightly. The 8 treasures glazed shield was given to them in exchange for them not pursuing the matter. Brotherly, you won't blame me, right? Chuli shook his head. It's just an external object after all. It's nothing to rely on. His words were a little forced, and so was his smile. The 8 treasures glazed shield was not an ordinary object. Wearing it was tantamount to having an extra life. The 8 treasures glazed shield or not was completely different. It could definitely save one's life at a critical moment. This kind of treasure was difficult to obtain even for the disciples of the top sex, let alone a lonely ghost like Li Qi. If he was so magnanimous and treated it as if it was nothing, then it would be really suspicious. There was no such person in the world who was so broad-minded. Fanny took out something from his arms and handed it to Chu Li. This is compensation. Chu Li looked at his hand. What is this? Although it's not as good as the 8 treasures glazed shield, it's not far from it. In Fan Yi's hand was an iron plate, as black as ink, faintly exuding a chill. This is the death exemption plate. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He had seen the death exemption plate before, but it did not look like this. Fan, he said, this plate can replace you to die once. It's also a treasure. Chu Li hurriedly said, this is a real treasure. Fan, he shook his head and sighed. It's still a little lacking compared to the 8 treasures glazed shield. Chu Li said, although the 8 treasures glazed shield is strong, it may not be able to withstand a blow from a peerless master. This plate is different, isn't it? That's true. Fanny nodded. As long as you accept this plate, you could be spared from death once. This is also a treasure that fell from outer space. It definitely doesn't exist in our world. Brother Fan, what exactly do you need me to do? Chu Li smiled. Let's hear it first. If he did not have a request, Fanny would not have taken care of him like this, nor would he have taken out such a treasure. Actually, it's nothing, Fanny said. Chu Li withdrew his hand and said, there's no such thing as an undeserved reward. Brother Fan, you should tell me first, then I can decide whether to accept this death exemption plate or not. Fanny reached out and pulled Chu Li's hand over, stuffed the death exemption plate into his hand, and said in a low voice, help me find someone. Chu Li asked, who? My enemy. Fan, he said in a low voice. He took out a thin flying blade and handed it to Chu Li, the owner of this flying blade. Chu Li took the death exemption plate and took the flying blade. He looked at it carefully, and his face darkened. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it was extremely light, almost weightless. In order to unleash the power of this blade, one needed pure inner energy, and the blade faintly revealed a murderous aura. He frowned and looked at Fanny. This blade has killed many people, right? There were 223 people in the public house, and I'm the only one who was spared, Fan, he said lightly. Chu Li could hear the coldness in his voice, and the suppressed anger and murderous intent that was like lava. Chu Li remained silent. Fanny said, Brotherly, can you deduce the owner of this flying blade? Chu Li slowly nodded. I can try. Fan, he squeezed a smile. Thank you, Brotherly. Chu Li gently stroked the thin blade. He had used this flying blade before, and he loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. It was really a rare treasure blade, so thin and light, and when it was shot, it was silent, and its speed was surprisingly fast. The murderous aura that soared into the sky was almost tangible. This blade had not only killed more than 200 people, it had probably killed more than 400 or 500 people. Chapter 27:13. Chu Li stared at the flying dagger in front of him and narrowed his eyes. After a while, he put the flying dagger on the stone table and formed a seal with both hands. Strands of strange energy wrapped around the flying dagger. Fan, he stared at Chu Li and the flying dagger without blinking. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He wanted to rush forward and help Chu Li. He had been practicing martial arts diligently because of the belief of revenge. He was more talented, but his strongest talent was hard work. He worked 10 times harder than his fellow disciples. Even if he did anything else, it was to track down the murderer. Through schemes, he met Yelu Gong, a disciple of the star-seizing sect. Through Yelu Gong, he asked the masters of the star-seizing sect to help him find the enemy who destroyed his sect. Unfortunately, the star-seizing sect could not find him. It was said that this person was so powerful that the star-seizing sect could not find him. The world was so big that the star-seizing sect could not do anything. He was desperate, but he knew that the enemy must be extraordinary, or else the star-seizing sect would not have been able to block the sect's deduction. He cultivated harder and harder and made great progress over the years. When he met Chu Li this time, he did not care. Later, he found that Chu Li's deduction skill was even better than the star-seizing sect. This was the so-called genius, so he wanted to ask for help. All kinds of good intentions were for this moment. Chu Li slowly let go and frowned. He shook his head. I can't see clearly. Still can't find him. Fan Yi smiled bitterly. That's right. I shouldn't have had any hope. Chu Li got up and went into the house. Soon, he came out with a pen and paper on the stone table. He sat down and began to draw. Fan Yi's spirits were lifted, and his dispirited spirit was suddenly gone. He stared straight at Chu Li, watching him draw a portrait with just a few strokes. The portrait was of a woman. Her appearance was beautiful like a flower, and her eyes were suffused with a baleful aura, causing others to shiver in fear and not dare to approach her. Although there were only a few strokes, it was extremely vivid, and the woman's appearance was clearly drawn. It was as if she was standing in front of him, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Fan Yi took a step back. Chu Li turned his head. This is the owner of the flying dagger. Impossible, Fan Yi said in a low voice. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Brother Fan, do you know this person? The sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect, Song Manin, Fan Yi said while clenching his teeth. He clenched his fists, his veins bulging. Chu Li said, I only deduced the owner of this blade based on my deduction. As for whether it's true or not, I still have to investigate it carefully. If there's really a misunderstanding, it'll be a great sin. You've never seen her before, have you? Fan Yi stared at Chu Li with a piercing gaze, as if he was trying to see through Chu Li's organs. Chu Li sighed. How could I possibly know such an important person? However, the Heaven Saber sect leader's murderous intent is too strong, and he has killed too many people. Such a massacre is against the harmony of the world. The Heaven Saber sect. Fan Yi's eyes widened. Chu Li asked, the Heaven Saber sect is one of the top 100 sects, right? Fan Yi nodded slowly. Chu Li frowned. Is the Skyblade sect related to the Southern Sky Gate? Brother Fan, do you know the sect master of the Heavenly Saber sect? I don't know. Fan Yi snorted coldly. Chu Li looked at him in confusion. Fan Yi stared into the distance, as if he was lost in his memories. He said blankly, my father and mother were disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. Chu Li was surprised. Brother Fan, you're from a famous sect? Fan Yi looked up at the sky and suddenly let out a cold laugh. He shook his head. I thought the Heaven Saber sect was heartless and ignored me because of my parents' death. So that's the truth. He had secretly investigated after the incident. The Heaven Saber sect had no intention of avenging his parents. It was as if they were not disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. At that time, Song Manin was not the leader of the Heaven Saber sect. However, he had no intention of getting close to the Heaven Saber sect. He was disappointed. His identity had never been leaked. His master was the only one who knew about it. After his master passed away, no one in the world knew about his identity, including Song Manin and the others. Logically speaking, a top sect like the Heaven Saber sect would definitely avenge their disciples who were killed. They would avenge their disciples no matter the cost. This was the foundation of the sect's unity. However, after his parents' death, the Heaven Saber sect did not make any moves as if no one knew about it. He did not believe that the Heaven Saber sect did not know about his parents' death. The sect would know about the life and death of every disciple. He had never thought in this direction. It never crossed his mind that the Heaven Saber sect would kill his parents and the entire residence. Now, it seemed like all sorts of suspicions were proving Chu Li's theory to be possible. However, he did not expect Song Manin to be the culprit. Song Manin was not well known. After she became the sect leader, all the sects looked down on her. They thought it was ridiculous for a young lady to become the sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect. The fact that Song Manine was able to sit on the sect master's seat was not something that others could say. They could only look down on her. However, no matter how they looked down on her, she was still the sect leader. Fan Yi could not compare to her in terms of cultivation level and influence. Chu Li said, "There must be something behind this. Brother Fan, you should think twice before you act." Asking Fan Yi to seek revenge now would be sending him to his death. No matter how strong Fan Yi was, he could not be stronger than the sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect. Song Manine's martial arts must be extraordinary for her to be able to hold the position of sect leader. In this chaotic world, where sects were everywhere, the sect leader might not be the strongest in martial arts, but he would definitely be one of the strongest. If his martial arts was not strong, he would not be able to convince the masses. Fan Yi said in a deep voice, "Thank you, brotherly." Chu Li said, "I can only deduce the owner of this blade. I'll have to investigate further if she's the one who destroyed your residence." "There's no need for that. I'll ask her directly," Fan Yi said. Chu Li was shocked. "Won't you be courting death if you ask her directly? I'm a disciple of the Southern Sky Gate. She won't dare to kill me." Fan Yi scoffed proudly. Chu Li shook his head slowly. "Brother Fan, you can't." Fan Yi frowned and glared at him. "Do you want me to endure humiliation and pretend I don't know anything? Brother Fan, your cultivation level is already top-notch. If you cultivate for another 10 or 100 years, you'll definitely be able to take revenge," Chu Li said in a deep voice. "If you go now, you'll be courting death. Even if she doesn't do it in front of you, she'll do it secretly. As a sect leader, even if he could not do it himself, the top-notch masters would be enough to destroy Fan Yi. Fan Yi was a rising star, but he was not a top-notch master. He had yet to grow into a big tree, so he could easily be destroyed now. I've been holding it in for too long." Fan Yi gritted his teeth. "Now that I know who my enemy is, if I don't figure it out, it'll be hard for my martial arts to improve." Sigh. Chu Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. At Fan Yi's level, one spirit was crucial. Without an indomitable spirit, it would be difficult to improve further. Since Fan Yi knew who his enemy was, he had to take revenge. Otherwise, his blood would be stagnant and his advancement would be slow. Fan Yi said, "No matter what, brotherly, thank you." Chu Li smiled and handed the death exemption plate to him. "Brother Fan, you need this more now. Take it." As he spoke, he stuffed it into Fan Yi's hands. Fan Yi did not refuse and nodded firmly. "I'll be back soon." He kept the death exemption plate and disappeared. Chapter 27:14. Would Fan Yi be so unwise? If he went to the Heaven Saber sect now, he would be courting death. Fan Yi was a rising star of the Southern Sky Gate, but being a rising star of the Southern Sky Gate did not mean that he would not die. The martial arts world was ever-changing, and danger was everywhere. Even the top experts could die in it. Fan Yi was a calm person, which was why he was released to take charge. However, no matter how calm a person was, after suppressing his hatred and anger for 100 years, he would not be able to suppress his impulses. He thought about it and activated the Flying Star technique. This time, he did not use the Heaven's Eye, but the real prediction technique. A moment later, he disappeared with a flicker and reappeared outside the South Heaven Gate. Two young men in blue appeared in front of him and blocked his way, preventing him from entering the path of reflection. Chu Li Fizz saluted. "I'm Li Qi. I'm here to see Miss Jing Xiaojia." Li Qi. The two young men in blue had average looks, gentle temperament, and not arrogant at all. Chu Li nodded. "Please pass my message. Miss Jing will see me. Please wait." The two nodded. One of the young men in blue disappeared, and Jing Xiaojia appeared in a snow-white dress. She looked at him in surprise and smiled. "What a rare guest. Big brotherly, you're finally here." Chu Li said seriously. "I have something important to tell you." Jing Xiaojia stopped smiling and went forward. "What's the matter?" As she spoke, she waved her hand. The two young men in blue shrunk their necks and fists saluted before disappearing. Chu Li said, "Brother Fan is in danger." "Senior Brother Fan?" Jing Xiaojia said, "You're with senior brother Fan?" Chu Li nodded. Jing Xiaojia said, "Big brother Li, you should stay away from senior brother Fan. He's always causing trouble around him, and he never gets a chance to digest. What happened this time?" Chu Li said, "His life is in danger." He told Jing Xiaojia everything that had happened. After Jing Xiaojia heard this, her eyes widened and she said, "What? Senior brother Fan's enemy is the sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect?" Chu Li shook his head. "I can't be sure yet. I can only deduce that the blade belonged to sect leader Song of the Heaven Saber sect. As for whether she was the one who killed him, I can't be sure. Then if we meet sect master Song, can we make a conclusion?" Jing Xiaojia asked. Chu Li sighed. "I'm certain that I'm going to die. This sect leader Song is filled with killing intent. He's killed hundreds of people. My death won't make a difference." "That's true." Jing Xiaojia nodded. After all, he was not a disciple of the South Heaven Gate. Furthermore, a disciple of the South Heaven Gate might not be able to escape unscathed unless he hid inside the South Heaven Gate. Chu Li said, "It's best if the higher-ups in the sect bring Brother Fan back, or else," as he spoke, he shook his head with a solemn expression. "All right, I'll report to the sect leader right away." Jing Xiaojia nodded her head and disappeared gracefully. Chu Li stood at the bottom of the stairs with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, just as Chu Li was getting anxious, Jing Xiaojia appeared again. Chu Li hurriedly said, "Aren't you going to send out the masters?" "The sect leader has gone personally," Jing Xiaojia said. Chu Li was surprised. "The sect leader went personally?" Jing Xiaojia smiled. "Don't worry. The sect leader of the Heavenly Blade sect won't act recklessly." Chu Li let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Brother Fan's life is saved." "Actually, you're thinking too much. Brother Fan is our disciple after all. He won't be killed so easily." Jing Xiaojia smiled disapprovingly. "The South Heaven Gate still has some deterrence." Chu Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If it's someone else, they might be afraid of the South Heaven Gate, but this sect leader's Song," he sighed. From what he had seen from the Flying Dagger, Sect Master Song was decisive in killing and did not care about the identity of the other party. Otherwise, she would not have the status she had today. It could be said that she had an iron fist. If Fan Yi was really her enemy, she would definitely not show mercy. Jing Xiaojia scoffed. "Then we'll wait and see." Chu Li said, "Miss Jing, go back to the gate and take a look. Let me know if there's any news." "All right." Jing Xiaojia thought about it and nodded. "Then you should return to South Suntown first." Chu Li shook his head. "I don't dare to go back now." Jing Xiaojia pursed her lips and smiled. "You think too highly of sect leader Song." Chu Li said, "There's no harm in being careful." All right. Up to you." Jing Xiaojia smiled and waved her hand before disappearing. Chu Li stood still and did not move. After about a quarter of an hour, Jing Xiaojia and another middle-aged man suddenly appeared. This middle-aged man did not look impressive. He had a medium build and a thin figure. He wore a purple robe, and his face was tense. He did not have an intimidating aura, but his serious expression made others not dare to underestimate him. Jing Xiaojia said, "This is our gate leader." Chu Li was surprised and quickly fist saluted. "Junior Li Qi greets gate leader Su." The South Heaven Gate leader Su Chong fist saluted. No need for formalities. "Young Li, right?" Chu Li quickly nodded. "What orders does the gate leader have?" "Follow me to see sect leader Song," Su Chong said. Chu Li was stunned and smiled bitterly. "Gate leader, once I see sect leader Song, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to live." "Don't worry." Su Chong waved his hand. "You can change your identity and go." Chu Li said, "Gate leader." Su Chong said in a low voice, "Follow me with young Jing and don't say a word. Just listen to me and take a look at sect leader Song. Can you determine if she's the murderer or not?" Chu Li nodded helplessly. Su Chong said, "You're friends with young Fan. Treat this as helping her to the end, and help her to the end." "Yes." Chu Li sighed. "Since the gate leader has spoken, I can only obey." Su Chong's tense face squeezed a smile and nodded. "Young Fan is fortunate to have a friend like you." Chu Li fist saluted and said no more. The friendship between him and Fan Yi was indescribable. It was a mixture of genuine affection and utilitarianism. Su Chong said, "Young Jing, help young Li." "Yes, gate leader." Jing Xiaojia nodded with a smile and took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve. She opened the cork and poured out some black ointment. She applied it on her pale palm and rubbed it on Chu Li's face. Chu Li did not avoid it and let her apply it on his face. Her soft and cool hand touched his face. There was a hint of fragrance. Chu Li quickly took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He had not been close to a woman for a long time, and his body had become extremely sensitive. Not bad. Su Chong looked at Chu Li and nodded in satisfaction. Chu Li's omniscient mirror had already seen his appearance. It was only a layer, but his face had darkened and the details were different. He looked like a completely different person. Chu Li could not help but admire Jing Xiaojia's skill. This should be the real disguise technique. It was completely different from his own transformation technique. Moreover, this ointment was strange. He could not feel anything strange. Even he could not tell that it was a disguise technique unless he could see inside like the omniscient mirror. Jing Xiaojia kept the porcelain bottle and put in her sleeve. She smiled and said, "All right, let's go. Let's go." Su Chong said in a low voice. "But remember, you're only allowed to look and listen. You're not allowed to talk or move." Chu Li and Jing Xiaojia nodded at the same time. Chapter 27:15. The three of them appeared in a bustling city at the same time. Jing Xiaojia turned her head and looked around curiously. Chu Li's omniscient mirror had already observed the entire city. This was a bustling city that was not inferior to South Sun City. They were at the center of the city, in an alley in a residential area. The surroundings were quiet. The green bricks under their feet were spotless, and the walls of the alley were white and flawless. Across the street was the main road in the center of the city. It was bustling with activity and bustling with noise and clamor. Yet this place was quiet and tranquil. Jing Xiaojia asked, "Faction leader, where are we?" "Heaven Blade City," Su Chong replied. He slowly walked forward along the path paved with green bricks. The two followed closely behind, passing by a few luxurious mansions, and finally arrived at a residence. Two young men in yellow shirts stood beside a stone beast, staring at them with bright eyes. They stopped in front of the gate. The two young men in yellow shirts tensed up, ready to attack at any time. Jing Xiaojia was shocked. "Faction leader, this is Heaven Blade Sect," Su Chong said. Jing Xiaojia said, "Are you sure? Heaven Blade Sect is here? Is it a branch or a temporary place?" "Heaven Blade Sect is here," Su Chong said. He said in a deep voice, "Sect leader Song, please meet me." A bone-chilling giggle was heard, ringing in their ears. Chu Li's heart sank. The omniscient mirror could not observe this residence, and the woman's voice was faintly discernible, but it carried a terrifying killing intent as if it directly invaded his mind. This meant that the woman's spiritual energy was extremely strong, and martial arts focused on spiritual energy. An opponent like this was the hardest to defend against. Moreover, his cultivation level was not this low, so it was even harder to defend against a woman. "Sect leader Song." Su Chong gave a fist salute. A woman in yellow palace attire suddenly appeared in front of everyone. She was petite, graceful, and gentle, but there was a hint of majesty in her beauty. No one dared to disrespect her, so they could only look at her from afar. Chu Li's heart sank. This beautiful woman was scarier than Su Chong. She was standing in front of him, but the omniscient mirror could not observe her. It was as if she was just an illusion, not a real person. More importantly, he did not see the knife on her body. "What brings Sect Master Su here?" The beautiful woman chuckled and shook her head. "Since I promised you that I wouldn't kill Fan Yi, I won't kill him. Sect Master Su, you can rest assured." Su Chong cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I'm here to express my gratitude. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Sect Master Su is too serious and old-fashioned." Song Manning giggled and said, "This Fan Yi is quite close to our Heaven Saber sect. It's a pity that he ended up joining your South Heaven Gate, causing us to lose a great talent. Fan, he was a famous rising star of the younger generation. He was very popular among the younger generation. He was indeed a martial arts genius and the future pillar of the sect. If the sect did not have such a pillar, it would damage its reputation and prestige. Su Chong said, "This must be a coincidence. I didn't expect to pick up such a great bargain for no reason. However, what kind of secret is there about what happened back then? How could they be indifferent to the life and death of the sect's disciples?" His expression was cold and solemn, and his voice was low. Song Manning shook her head. Fan, he was a top-notch talent, but his parents had ordinary aptitudes and were unknown in the sect. As a fellow disciple, Song Manning did not have much of an impression of them and did not pay much attention to them. Now that she was the sect leader, it would be difficult to investigate. Su Chong sighed and shook his head. "We trust sect leader Song. Since sect leader Song said that he didn't kill them, then it's not sect leader Song. However, that knife can't be faked." "That's right." Song Manning sighed. "It seems like it's done by my enemy. I might have dragged them into this, really. It's a pity that Fan, he isn't a disciple of our sect. Her flying daggers would only fall into the hands of her enemies. The person who killed the Heaven Saber sect's disciples with this knife must have been a deliberate act of revenge. He purposely left the flying dagger to provoke her. As long as sect leader Song helps to find the culprit, it'll be a great compensation to him." Su Chong said, "I'll investigate this matter." Song Manning said in a deep voice. Su Chong fist saluted. "I won't disturb sect leader Song then." Chuli coughed softly. "Sect leader." Su Chong looked at him with a questioning gaze. Song Manning chuckled. Her laughter disappeared again. She looked at Chu Li with a smile. "Sect leader Su, this young man is—" Su Chong said in a deep voice, "He's a high official of our Southern Heaven Gate." "Oh, a high official." Song Manning chuckled. "He's a high official at such a young age. He must have some unique abilities. Why don't you say it in person?" "I'm Li Chi. Nice to meet you, sect leader Song." Chu Li fist saluted and said slowly, "I've already deduced the person who used this knife to destroy the Fan residence. Why don't you take a look and see if you recognize him?" Su Chong's expression darkened. However, he knew that Chu Li's choice was right. He could no longer hide his identity. It was better to be honest. He asked in a deep voice, "Have you found the culprit?" Chu Li nodded slowly. Su Chong looked at Song Manning. Song Manning turned sideways and extended her hand. "Come, please come in." She entered through the door. The three people behind her followed. They passed through a path surrounded by flowers and arrived at a cozy and pleasant basilica. The interior of the basilica was decorated cozily and elegantly. It was obvious that it was done by a woman. They sat on a stool. A young girl was already grinding ink and laying out plain paper in front of a table in front of the window. "The young man's name is Li Chi. You've deduced the culprit. Are you a disciple of the Star-Gathering sect?" Song Manning's bright eyes looked at Chu Li as if she was looking at a treasure. She asked with a smile. Her body emitted a faint fragrance that mixed with the fragrance in the basilica. The fragrance was unique and calming. Chu Li shook his head. "My deduction skills are passed down to my family. I'm not talented enough to be compared to the Star-Gathering sect." You're not from the Star-Gathering sect." Song Manning nodded. "There are many deduction skills in the world. It's a good thing to be able to use your family's lost skill. You're quite lucky, Leader Su. The deduction skills that were chosen by the Southern Heaven Gate must be extraordinary. Such a unique ability could only be found by luck. The Heaven Saber sect had also recruited such a rare talent. Unfortunately, their divination skills were not good enough, and 9 out of 10 predictions were wrong. Even if they were accurate once in a while, it would depend on their luck. However, they could only provide for them in this way. Being accurate once was already a good deal. The young girl who was grinding ink took a step back and quietly left the basilica. Chu Li stood up and walked to the table. After a few strokes, a middle-aged man appeared on the paper. Song Manning frowned slightly. Chu Li put down his brush and turned to Song Manning. "This is the person who destroyed the Fan residence. Do you know him, Sect Leader Song?" Su Chong stared at Song Manning. "Sect Leader Song, This should be your enemy, right? Song Manning remained silent and stared at the painting. Jing Xiaojie had been obediently keeping quiet in case she said something wrong. Seeing that Song Manning was staring at the painting without saying anything for a long time, she panicked. Don't tell me he's not an enemy. He's a relative, right? Song Manning turned to look at her. Jing Xiaojie was shocked. It can't be. Am I right? He's not an enemy? He's my senior. Song Manning sighed. Chapter 27:16. Sect Leader Song's Senior Disciple. Su Chong said in surprise, "How can it be so coincidental? But why did your senior disciple use your flying knife to destroy the fan manor? This is a bit." As the leader of the sect, he had seen many schemes. Hearing Song Manning's words, he felt it was strange. This clearly contained a grudge between Song Manning and her senior disciple. Song Manning's gentle and beautiful face gradually tightened, revealing coldness. The hall immediately became as cold as an ice house. Your senior disciple wants to frame you, right, Sect Leader Song? Su Chong said in a low voice. Song Manning narrowed her eyes and suddenly laughed softly. The coldness in the hall dissipated as if it was just an illusion. Su Chong said, "If this happened 100 years ago, Sect Leader Song was not the sect leader at that time, right?" "Yes, I just took over for 50 years. Song Manning nodded lightly and looked at him with a faint smile. "What else does Sect Leader Su want to say?" Su Chong frowned and said slowly, "At that time, Sect Leader Song was not the sect leader. Your senior disciple also had a chance to obtain the position of sect leader, right?" Sect Leader Su is indeed smart. Song Manning nodded lightly. "You saw through this at a glance." "It is not that I am smart." Su Chong shook his head. "It is just a common trick. However, your senior disciple was not able to obtain the position of sect leader. It seems that he is still far from it. Actually, senior disciple Zhou is smarter than me." Song Manning waved her hand and sighed. "Unfortunately, being too smart can be too much for my own good. I was only able to obtain the position of sect leader because I was not smart enough." "Huh." Su Chong laughed and suddenly stopped. He once again straightened his face and looked seriously at Song Manning. "Sect Leader Song is smart but looks stupid. As a sect leader, you need to have a broad mind and foresight. Haggling over the benefits and losses in front of you will only bring disaster to the sect leader." This was the basic requirement of a sect leader. If one could not reach it, no matter how strong their martial arts were, they could not become sect leader. Otherwise, they would really bring the sect leader into the abyss. Song Manning smiled. In short, senior disciple Zhou was very disappointed in the end and did not obtain the position of sect leader. "Where is senior brother Zhou now?" Su Chong asked in a low voice. He wanted to meet this senior brother Zhou first and see if he could deal with him. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would not be able to. He was of the same generation as Song Manning, and he had fought for the position of sect leader before, so his cultivation must be very strong. Song Manning lightly sighed and said, "Senior martial brother Zhou's martial arts have been completely crippled. He has become a cripple." "How could that be?" Su Chong was astonished, but when she saw Song Manning's expression, she immediately swallowed her words. He suddenly realized that this was most likely Song Manning's doing. The two of them had become enemies when they were fighting for the position of sect leader. Therefore, after she became the sect leader, she took revenge. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most vicious. When a woman is ruthless, it is enough to make people tremble in fear. Song Manning said, "I know sect master Su must think that I did it." Su Chong smiled and did not deny it. He disdained lying. Song Manning chuckled and said, "It's funny. Maybe you don't believe me, but before I could do anything, senior martial brother Zhou went berserk during cultivation and lost all his martial arts. I can't do anything to him. If senior martial brother Zhou Yong did not encounter this accident, she would find a way to deal with him. However, he was already a cripple and could not cultivate back to his original state. He was no longer a threat to her, so she could not do anything to him. Letting him go would only show that she was more broad-minded than a man. Although he had lost his martial arts, he was free and unfettered in the sect. It was a blessing in disguise. I see. Su Chong believed that Song Manning also disdained lying. He sighed and said, "Then, even if Senior Martial Brother is the murderer of the Fan family and Fan Yi's enemy, the Heaven Saber sect will not allow Fan Yi to take revenge." Song Manning smiled and said to Su Chong, "Do you understand, Sect Master Su?" "Yes." Su Chong slowly and heavily nodded. As the sect master of the Southern Heaven Gate, he naturally understood Song Manning's actions. Even if she wanted to kill that guy, or even get someone else to do it, she could not let them do it. If the sect could not protect the safety of its disciples, what was the point of the sect's existence? Very soon, their hearts would be torn apart, and they would not be far from falling apart. Chu Li said, "Sect leader Song, it's actually very simple." Song Manning asked, "What can we do?" Chu Li said, "Sect leader Song, just pretend that you don't know. We've never been here, so no one else knows who Brother Fan's enemy is. You don't have to worry about the rest. We'll take care of everything." Song Manning scoffed. "If I really don't know, then I'll do it. Even if I do know, I can't pretend that I don't know. I can only be honest when I'm honest." Chu Li shook his head. Brother Fan's parents were disciples of the Heaven Saber sect, but they were killed by a disciple of the same sect. "Aren't you afraid that the Heaven Saber sect will lose its reputation if this gets out?" Song Manning frowned, then smiled sweetly. "Young man, are you threatening me?" Chu Li said, "According to my deduction, your senior martial brother didn't kill the Fan family just to frame them. I'm afraid he has other intentions." "What intentions?" Song Manning frowned. Chu Li shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Song Manning scoffed. "Young man, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this place?" Chu Li smiled without saying a word. Su Chong coughed. "Sect leader Song, if we can prove that he killed Fan Yi's parents, how should he be punished according to the Heaven Saber sect's rules?" Song Manning frowned. "An eye for an eye. He'll definitely die." Su Chong looked at Chu Li. Chu Li said, "According to my deduction, your senior martial brother destroyed the Fan residence to steal a treasure." "What treasure?" Song Manning was doubtful. Chu Li thought for a while, then stood up and went to the table. He picked up his brush and drew another painting. Song Manning frowned as she stared at the flying blade in the painting. The blade was curved, thin, and short, only the size of a thumb. "This is—" Song Manning pondered. "Is this the formless blade?" Chu Li shook his head. "I don't know what blade it is, but your senior martial brother killed for this blade." Song Manning's face tensed up. Her eyes flickered. Su Chong said, "This is the formless blade?" Jing Xiaojia asked, "Faction leader, what's the formless blade?" Su Chong said, "It's a legendary item. It's said to be formless and invisible, only revealing itself when it's exposed to blood. It's said to be a legendary item. Does it really exist?" He looked at Song Manning as he spoke. Song Manning sighed. "The formless blade does exist, but I didn't expect it to be so close to the Heaven Blade sect. The Heaven Blade sect had been searching for the formless blade. Compared to her Heaven Blade, the formless blade was much more terrifying. If it could be combined with her heart technique, no one would be able to avoid it. Her sneak attack would definitely hit, and it could intimidate the world." Chu Li said, "Your senior martial brother must have gotten his hands on the formless blade." Song Manning nodded. "All right, if it's really my senior martial brother's doing, the sect rules won't forgive him." Su Chong coughed. "Why don't you ask your senior martial brother to come out and let High Official Li help him to plead guilty?" Song Manning gave him a sidelong glance. "It seems like faction leader Su doesn't trust me. Faction leader Song might not be able to find the formless blade, and he might not be able to plead guilty." Su Chong said, "We can help faction leader Song, too." "All right." Song Manning nodded. She wanted to reject him at first, but she took a step back when she thought about the formless blade. Chapter 27:17. She knew Zhou Yong very well. If it was for the formless saber, he would never have given it to her. No wonder he had always been so peaceful, always free and unfettered. After trying his best, he gave up on recultivating and hid his trump card. If he really obtained the non-phase blade, combined with the heavenly Bladeheart Sutra, the power would be extremely astonishing. If she had this saber, although she would not be invincible, she would be able to intimidate the masses. The heavenly saber's sex position would be greatly improved, and she would be able to live up to the efforts of the other sex and her master. Even though she had become the sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect and was able to suppress all voices of dissent with her martial arts, allowing her to control the entire Heaven Saber sect, she knew that some of the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect still preferred a male sect leader. She wanted them to understand that a woman like her was more qualified to be the sect leader than a man. Sect leader Su, follow me. She stood up and walked out. Su Chong, Chu Li, and Jing Xiaojie followed her out of the main hall and went west through 3 moon gates, 3 spacious courtyards, and finally arrived at a garden. There was a small lake in the middle of the garden. The water was sparkling and clear. There was a winding corridor and a gazebo on the lake. It was elegant and pleasant. The gazebo was octagonal. The eaves were painted, and the vermilion pillars were shiny. A middle-aged man in a green shirt stood in the gazebo with his hands behind his back. His handsome face was full of vicissitudes, as if he had experienced too many things in the world. Although he still looked middle-aged, his state of mind was old. He was staring at the fishes in the lake, concentrating his attention and not blinking at all. "Senior Brother Zhou," Song Manin called out. She gracefully stepped onto the winding corridor and arrived at the gazebo with a smile. "Senior Brother Zhou, you seem to be in a good mood. Are you admiring the fish?" What else can a cripple do apart from admiring the fish? Zhou Yong's expression was cold as he glanced at Chu Li and Jing Xiaojie. "It's rare for the sect leader to bring outsiders to see me. This is Southern Sky Gate leader Su." Song Manin smiled gently. "This is Southern Sky Gate's high official Li. I don't think we have anything to do with Southern Sky Gate." Zhou Yong frowned as he stared at Chu Li and Su Chong. He said coldly, "I've never had any dealings with the Southern Sky Gate. What business do you have with a cripple like me?" The South Heaven Gate and the Heaven Saber sect were a few 100,000 li apart. They had never seen each other before, thus they had only heard of their names. Song Manin had brought them to find him, so it was definitely not a good thing. Song Manin smiled and said, "They came here because of the enmity between me and Fan Yi." "Does Senior Brother Fan Yi know them?" "Fan..." Zhou Yong waved his hand. "I've never heard of him." Although Fan Yi's reputation was well known in the sect and within the territory, it had not spread here. After all, he was just a rising star, not the top master in the sect. More importantly, he had not made any achievements and was not famous enough. Song Manin said, "Fan Yi's father is called Fan Shui and his mother is Lu Yao. Has Senior Martial Brother Zhou heard of them?" Zhou Yong waved his hand without hesitation. "I don't know." Song Manin chuckled. "Senior Martial Brother Zhou, your martial arts have been crippled, but is your brain also crippled? Senior Brother Fan and Senior Sister Lu don't remember?" Fan Shui and Lu Yao. Zhou Yong pretended to recall and nodded thoughtfully. "I think I remember a little. Our senior martial brothers and sisters?" Although Senior Martial Brother Fan and Senior Sister Lu's aptitude was average, they were honest people. Song Manin sighed and said, "Unfortunately, the heavens were unfair and actually destroyed their sex." Zhou Yong snorted and said, "How dare they? Who did it?" Song Manin's bright eyes stared at him, and there was a smile on her face. "I heard it was you, Senior Martial Brother Zhou." "Nonsense!" Zhou Yong shouted and said coldly, "Junior Martial Sister Song, are you going to settle old scores with me? I don't understand what Senior Martial Brother Zhou is saying." Song Manin chuckled and shook her head. "If I really wanted to find trouble with you, would I find such an excuse? Moreover, sect leader Su wouldn't cooperate. What can a man not do for the sake of beauty?" Zhou Yong cast a sidelong glance at Su Chong. As long as it involved matters between men and women, it would be like yellow mud entering one's pants. She would not be able to clear her name, even if she had a mouth. It would greatly damage her prestige as a sect leader. If the sect leader was a man, it would be a romantic affair. However, if it was a woman, it would be completely different. Who said martial arts was the only way to kill people? With wisdom and words, one could still kill people. Su Chong's face darkened and his eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. Song Manning frowned. Senior martial brother Zhou, it seems that you're anxious. How could you say such muddle-headed words? Tell me, where is the formless blade? What formless blade? Who has the formless blade? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Yong lowered his voice and shouted. He was caught off guard as he did not expect this matter to be leaked. This matter was really flawless. Moreover, after so many years, what should have been buried had already been buried. There would not be any problems. Song Manning saw his expression and her heart calmed down. She knew that what Chu Li said was not far from the truth. There was indeed the formless blade. The formless blade was too important to her. Even with her temperament, it was inevitable that she would be swayed by gains and losses. Senior martial brother Zhou, hand over the formless blade. Song Manning said coldly, Don't force me to be ruthless. At most, I'll just die. Zhou Yong smiled disdainfully. Other than this, what else can you do to me? Junior martial sister Song. Killing a fellow disciple is a crime. Song Manning sneered with a cold face. Senior martial brother Zhou, do you really think it's flawless? There's no proof. Zhou Yong said indifferently. We can't ask Fan to come over and testify, can we? How old was he then? How could he recognize the murderer? Everyone will believe that you deliberately framed me. Chu Li gave Su Chong a look. Su Chong lowered his voice and asked, Did you see anything? Chu Li nodded lightly. The formless blade is here. Well, now once we search it. Moreover, it's easy to make him confess to his crime. Just take one of his personal items. That's right, Su Chong said in a deep voice. Chu Li said, Faction leader, we should leave. Su Chong looked at him deeply and raised his voice. Faction leader Song. Song Manning took a step forward and approached him. Su Chong said, Hide officially, tell faction leader Song. Chu Li looked at Song Manning and pointed above his head. The formless blade should be in the pavilion. We'll find it if we look carefully. All right, Song Manning said. If we really find the formless blade, I'll give Fan an explanation. Thank you very much. Su Chong fist saluted. We'll take our leave first. Song Manning nodded and fist saluted. Su Chong and the other two suddenly disappeared and appeared at the path of questioning heart at the southern heavenly gate. Big Brother Li, what's the rush? Jing Xiaojie said unhappily as soon as she stood still. Why don't you wait and see if she'll deal with that guy? It's not good for an outsider to intervene in this matter. Otherwise, it'll leave evidence and put sect leader Song in a difficult position. Su Chong shook his head. High official Li is reliable. He also had the urge to see if the formless blade was there and if it could be found. After being reminded by Chu Li, he forced himself to leave. Will she avenge senior martial brother Fan? Jing Xiaojie asked. Su Chong looked at Chu Li. Chu Li sighed. This can't be predicted. It's all up to sect leader Song, but I think she will. Song Manning was not so open-minded. She could forgive the disciples in the sect, but she would not forgive Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong was too vicious and had done too many things to hurt Song Manning. She had been looking for a chance to deal with Zhou Yong and finally found it. Chapter 27:18. Su Chong said, I can tell that Zhou Yong is a thorn in sect leader Song's side. He has to get rid of him, don't worry. That's for the best. Jing Xiaojie smiled. If senior brother Fan knows that we've avenged him, he'll be furious. Su Chong smiled. He's a reasonable person. He should know that he won't be able to avenge himself. Zhou Yong's martial arts were crippled, and he was a lone wolf in his own courtyard. He rarely left Heaven Saber sect. So Fan, he had no chance to ambush him and could only barge into Heaven Saber sect. No matter how powerful he was, he could not barge into Heaven Saber sect to kill someone. Fanny understood that it was inevitable for him to be killed by Heaven Saber sect before he could kill Zhou Yong. In any case, it was fortunate that he managed to avenge himself. I'm just worried that senior brother Fan will insist on avenging himself. Jing Xiaojie shook her head. She felt that if it were her, she would have to take revenge for the destruction of the residents on her own. Otherwise, her thoughts wouldn't be smooth and her mind wouldn't be able to relax. Even if someone else helped her take revenge, she wouldn't be too happy and would only feel regret. Chuli smiled. It's not impossible for Brother Fan to avenge himself. Su Chong smiled and turned to Chuli. Li Chi, thank you for your help. I'll convince the elders to agree to this. From today onwards, you'll be our high official. Thank you, sect leader. Chuli Fist saluted. Although the elders had to agree to be a high official, the elders would not disobey the sect leader since he was determined to be a high official. Chuli failed to become a high official previously because he did not get Su Chong's approval. Su Chong said sternly, "It's not easy being a high official of Southern Heavenly Gate. It's not as relaxing as I thought." Chuli replied, "No matter what, it's better to have the sect to rely on. Don't worry, from now on, you're a member of Southern Heavenly Gate." Su Chong smiled. "All right, can you derive anything else from the passing light divine sword?" Chuli sighed helplessly. "I can't derive anything because I'm being attacked by an invisible force. My inner energy cultivation level is too weak, and I can't resist it. It's a pity. If your inner energy cultivation level increases, can you derive more?" Su Chong asked. Chuli nodded slowly. Right now, it was extremely difficult for him to improve his cultivation because he had reached a bottleneck. Without enough merit, he would not be able to reach the 12th layer of the Prajna Dragon Elephant Art. Then, he would not be able to break through the bottleneck. It would be futile. Even if he used the exotic flowers and fruits to increase his cultivation, it would be useless. "I see." Su Chong touched his chin and nodded slowly. "This matter is not urgent. Cultivate slowly. Let Xiaojia help you settle down. Xiaojia is very familiar with the consecration yard." "Yes." Chuli nodded. Jing Xiaojia sent Su Chong off with a smile, then turned her head and said, "Congratulations, brotherly." Chuli smiled. "I've finally entered the Southern Heavenly Gate. This step was too difficult. If it weren't for Miss Jing's help, I wouldn't have been able to enter. With Brotherly's ability, there's no need to worry about not being able to enter." Jing Xiaojia said, "Let's go. Let's go to the consecration courtyard first. I'll help you pick a courtyard before collecting your salary." "All right." Chuli was in high spirits and excited. "Senior Brother Zhou, I'm impressed." Song Manin looked at Zhou Yong and sighed. "I've really underestimated you." "You flatter me," Zhou Yong said proudly. "I'm just a cripple. How did Senior Brother Zhou know that the formless blade was in the hands of Senior Brother Fan and the others?" Song Manin held her dress and sat at the stone table in the middle of the gazebo. She said softly, "Senior Brother Fan and the others must keep it a secret. They couldn't determine that it was the formless blade, so they asked me to identify it." Zhou Yong sighed. "I really didn't want to kill Senior Brother Fan and Senior Sister Lu. Unfortunately, they didn't know what was good for them and refused to hand over the blade. If it were you, how could you hand over such a treasured blade?" Song Manin asked. Zhou Yong said, "Then they can only blame their bad luck. I didn't think that they would make a mistake in the end and let a small fish escape. Senior Brother Zhou, just admit to your crimes." Song Manin said, "I can spare your life." "Huh?" Zhou Yong sneered and shook his head. "I understand your wishful thinking. I'll admit to my crimes first. Then, you'll have a justifiable reason to kill me. As for not killing me, it's just a coca child." Song Manin frowned. "Senior Brother Zhou, you have nothing now. Are you really going to fight to the end? It's just death. It's best if it makes you uncomfortable," Zhou Yong said coldly. "The sect leader of the Heaven Saber sect shouldn't be a woman." Sigh. Song Manin sighed. "I really don't want to kill my fellow disciples. No one will see your hypocrisy." Zhou Yong sneered and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you?" Song Manin sighed. "I don't care if Senior Brother Zhou believes it or not. I really didn't want to come to this. It's your bad luck that forced me to have no other choice." The heavier her expression became, the happier she felt. Back then, in order to fight for the position of sect leader, she had been schemed against by Zhou Yong countless times. If not for her good luck, she would have died in Zhou Yong's hands. Zhou Yong looked at her from the corner of his eyes and revealed a mocking smile. "Junior Sister Song, Do you really think you'll win? As he spoke, he waved his hand. Instantly, his green robe fluttered in the wind, and a blurry blade appeared in his hand. The blade was faintly discernible, but one could vaguely tell that it was a flying blade. Song Manin's expression changed slightly, and she stared at him. You didn't lose your martial arts? Huh. Zhou Yong laughed and shook his head. Did I fool you, junior sister Song? I've obtained a special technique by chance, which can conceal my martial arts. I've been painstakingly cultivating it all these years, and with the help of the non-phase blade, do you think you can escape from my blade? His gaze fell on the distorted light in his hand. Song Manin's gentle and beautiful face turned gloomy, and she stared at him coldly. I've really underestimated you. The sect leader inherited the Heaven Saber sect's highest Heaven Saber. Junior sister Song, I wonder if you've mastered it. Zhou Yong's green robe fluttered in the wind, as if he was standing in the wind. His temperament was calm and confident, and his face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life suddenly became energetic, as if he had suddenly become several decades younger, as if he had become a different person. Then let's see which one is better, my non-phase blade or the Heaven Saber. He swung his hand, and the non-phase blade disappeared. Song Manin suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Zhou Yong also disappeared, and a hearty laughter floated in the air. Junior sister Song, there's no need to send me off. I'll be back. His laughter lingered in the air above the backyard, but it did not spread out. Song Manin appeared again, and she stared at the top of the gazebo with a gloomy expression. There was nothing strange above the gazebo, and she really did not know where the non-phase blade was hidden. The non-phase blade silently appeared in Zhou Yong's hand, and it was obvious that he had reached a state where he could control it freely. However, he probably had scruples about her Heaven Saber, so he did not fight it head-on and directly escaped. She secretly clenched her teeth and shouted in a deep voice, "Come." A green-gowned girl appeared, and she gave a fist salute. Sect leader, pass down my order. Zhou Yong killed a fellow disciple, and his crime is punishable by death. Song Manin said in a deep voice, spread the word that anyone who can kill Zhou Yong will be rewarded with a Heaven Saber order. Yes. The green-gowned girl bowed and left. Song Manin stood on the spot and looked at the sparkling surface of the lake. Chu Li's face flashed in her mind. His dark face was calm, and his eyes were bright, as if he could see through everything in the world. She wondered if this Southern Heaven Gate's high official had predicted this. Chapter 27:19. Chu Li followed Jing Xiaoji up the Conscience Road and went around the basilica. They turned to the right and entered another ravine. The view in front of them suddenly opened up. This ravine was almost 10 times bigger than the previous one. It was wide and spacious with endless small courtyards. A few trees shaded these courtyards. It was indescribably quiet and elegant. This is where we will be staying. Jing Xiaojia pointed at the surrounding courtyards that were built according to the mountain and smiled. If you walk further in, you will reach the Southern Sky Gate. The previous one was just the Conscience Hall. Chu Li exclaimed, "What a spectacular place!" It was cold outside. The Conscience Road was made of ice, as if it was constantly emitting cold air. However, the ravine was as warm as spring. The air was moist, and it was really suitable for living. Chu Li fell in love with the place the moment he saw it. He was delighted and praised. "This is a great place. Are you satisfied?" Jing Xiaojia smiled and waved her hand proudly. "Then pick a courtyard here. As long as it is empty, you can choose." Chu Li asked, "How do you know which one is empty?" "The courtyard doors are all locked." Jing Xiaojia said, "Courtyards that are occupied are not locked." Chu Li nodded and pointed to the easternmost room. "That one." The courtyard was close to the forest. Perhaps because it was too close, it was blocked from the morning sun. The sun needed to rise a little before it could shine into the courtyard. Hence, no one chose it. There. Jing Xiaojia took a look and stepped to the front of the courtyard. She pointed. "This one." Chu Li nodded. "I think this one is good." The place where spiritual energy gathered was not visible to others. "Okay, this is it," Jing Xiaojia said with a smile. She clapped her hands 3 times. Beside her, a beautiful young girl fluttered over. She was dressed in a white robe and curtsied. Senior Sister Jing. This courtyard belongs to High Official Li Qi from today onwards. Jing Xiaojia pointed at Chu Li and smiled. Open the door, and he'll belong to you. Greetings, High Official Li. The beautiful young girl curtsied and said, I am Zhao Xiaoqian. Chu Li closed fist, saluted, and smiled. Thank you, Miss Zhao. There's no need to be so polite. Exaltedly, Zhao Xiaoqian smiled sweetly. This little girl will take her leave. She walked away slowly, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon, she came back with a key, unlocked the courtyard door, and pushed it open. The courtyard was paved with green bricks and was spotless. The garden was filled with hundreds of beautiful flowers, and a delicate fragrance assailed the nostrils. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. It was obvious that this place had always been taken care of. It was not desolate, and the atmosphere was pure. Then let's do it here. Jing Xiaojia smiled and said, Follow me to the Hall of Offerings to receive your salary. Chu Li followed her out of the courtyard and walked inside. There was another valley within the valley, which was shaped like a gourd. They entered another valley, which was even more spacious, like the belly of a gourd. The martial arts field was bustling with noise and excitement. He saw Mo Yufang's graceful figure practicing her swordsmanship in a corner. Sword light flashed, and a layer of white light wrapped around her, as if she was wearing a silver armor. It was a very beautiful sight. Jing Xiaojia introduced, This is the martial arts field. You can come here to practice. It's even livelier. Of course, you can also practice in your own courtyard if you think it's too noisy. Brother Li, you're a high official now, so they don't have to hide from you when they practice. Chu Li asked, Can I practice Southern Sky Gate's martial arts too? Yes. Jing Xiaojia nodded. But the level of martial arts you can practice is relatively low. You need to contribute to see higher level martial arts. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. Jing Xiaojia pondered and said, Southern Sky Gate emphasizes that the sect is for us, and we are for the sect. No disciple is idle. If you want to practice advanced martial arts, you have to contribute enough. Chu Li asked, Is it the same for all disciples? Jing Xiaojia nodded. It's the same. Whether you're a high official or an official disciple, the rules are the same. If you want to practice advanced martial arts, you have to rely on your own ability. If you're not good enough, you can only blame yourself for being incompetent. You can't blame others or the sect. Chu Li pondered. Jing Xiaojia said, There are missions from the sect in the merit hall. Every mission has its own merit points. Once you accumulate enough merit points, you can exchange them for martial arts. You can choose whether it's strong or weak. Chu Li smiled. Can I find someone to help me? Jing Xiaojia said, It's fine as long as I complete the mission. It doesn't matter if I find someone to help me or not. My martial arts is only average, but I can help with other things. Senior brother Fan owes you a favor too, so he can help too. Chu Li nodded and smiled. Looks like I can practice Southern Sky Gate's advanced martial arts. It's not that easy, Jing Xiaojia said. But you have the rare study, so it might not be difficult. She thought of Chu Li's prediction ability. He could do what others could not. Everyone would welcome him, and they would help each other. It would not be difficult to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for advanced martial arts. It was as if she could see Chu Li soaring into the sky. How about going to the merit hall? Chu Li asked. Jing Xiaojia nodded. Then you can wait for me at the merit hall. I'll go get my salary. She pointed at a basilica on the left as she spoke. Chu Li nodded. He walked diagonally, bypassing the martial arts field, and arrived in front of the Hall of Merit. The 3 words Hall of Merit were hanging on the door plaque, and the antique hall was like a giant beast crouching there, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Chu Li went up the 19 steps, lifted the curtain, and entered the basilica. The basilica was empty except for huge screens. 36 screens were placed together, forming a labyrinth. The screens were densely packed with small words. 3 young men were walking slowly along the screens. Their eyes scanned the words on the screens as they mumbled to themselves. They looked conflicted. Chu Li glanced at them and imprinted all the words on the screens into his mind. Then, he quickly flipped through them. There were many missions written on the screens. Kill Flower Picker by Zhongling, 320 merit points. Kill River Dragon Su Fan, 250 merit points. Kill Heaven Blade Sect Elder Zhou Yong, 500 merit points. Chu Li looked at the missions and realized how difficult it was to obtain merit points. Anyone who had more than 100 merit points was a top-notch master. It was almost impossible for a Southern Sky Gate disciple to kill them. Only a rising star like Fan E, a top-notch master in the sect, was qualified to take on missions worth more than 100 merit points. He inexplicably smiled. This was a stroke of luck, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Doing missions here and killing those evil bandits, not only could one obtain merit points, but one could also obtain merit points, which would increase at the same time. However, the downside was that he could not seek help from the Great Mercy Temple, as he would inevitably be exposed. Instead, you would have to seek help from a Southern Sky Gate master. After a while, Jing Xiaojie and Mo Yufang came in together. They glanced at the basilica. Chu Li was the only one left in the basilica. The other 3 had left. "This is your salary." Jing Xiaojie handed him a cloth bag. Chu Li smiled at Mo Yufang. Mo Yufang smiled sweetly. "Congratulations, Big Brotherly. You've finally fulfilled your wish and become our high official. From now on, we're a family." Chu Li sighed. "Yes, I'm quite lucky." He opened the cloth bag as he spoke. Inside were 3 small porcelain bottles, a jade pendant, and a thin booklet. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2720. He ignored the 3 porcelain bottles and directly picked up the thin booklet. Jing Xiaojie smiled. "This is the martial arts of the Heaven Blade sect. Brotherly, you seem interested in flying blades. It's not a bad idea to practice this." Chu Li smiled. "Thank you, Miss Jing." He did not lack martial arts, but merit. As long as he had enough merit, he would be able to break through the limits of the 12th level of the Dragon Elephant Wisdom. His cultivation level would improve by leaps and bounds, and he would no longer be restricted. Even if he had a more advanced martial arts, it would not increase his cultivation level. The martial arts that he cultivated were enough to deal with it. If he could cultivate the Devil Suppression Seal to a higher level and reach the materialization realm, its power would surpass the limits of his cultivation level. If he could cultivate the Devil Suppression Seal to the materialization realm, even if his cultivation level was not high, he would be able to defeat top-notch masters. "Don't call me Miss Jing, just call me Junior Sister." Jing Xiaojie smiled. Chu Li nodded. He lowered his head to look at the secret booklet. The words Shadowless Blade were written in gold and silver strokes. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Originally, he did not have much hope for this secret manual. It was a secret manual that was not exchanged for with merit points, so its level was probably not high. Perhaps he would not be interested in it, but he could not disappoint Jing Xiaojie's kind intentions, so he could only flip through it. However, when he saw those 3 words and sensed the power contained within them, he suddenly felt a bit interested and looked up at Jing Xiaojie. Jing Xiaojie smiled. "Senior Brotherly, you must think that this secret booklet is ordinary." Chu Li nodded. Jing Xiaojie said, "This is a gift to the high official. It's of a high level. Although it's not as good as the Heaven Blade technique, it's one of the top-notch techniques in the Heaven Blade sect." Chu Li asked, "Do we have the Heaven Blade technique?" Jing Xiaojie shook her head and laughed. "That's the secret inheritance of the Heaven Blade sect's leader. How can it be leaked? It's a blessing to have this secret booklet. If you want to exchange it with merit, you'll need 10,000 merit points." Chu Li was speechless. He saw how difficult it was to obtain merit points. A dangerous mission like killing the flower picker only required 320 merit points. However, to obtain the Shadowless Blade secret booklet, one would need around 30 times. Jing Xiaojie smiled. "You think we're generous?" Chu Li exclaimed. "It is indeed unexpected. Consecrators are basically the same as us disciples. It's just that consecrators are more powerful than disciples," Jing Xiaojie said. In order to save the sect the painstaking effort to cultivate them, they will naturally try to rope them in. Chu Li smiled. Junior Sister Jing, is it okay for you to speak the truth? Everyone understands, especially the consecrated ones. They are all outstanding people. Jing Xiaojie pursed her lips and smiled. Mo Yufeng nodded lightly. The disciples are actually the same. If the sect doesn't treat the disciples well, how can they be loyal? There is no such thing as unconditional loyalty in this world, is there? Chu Li nodded. Brilliant. Of the 3 bottles of medicinal pills, 1 bottle contains blood coagulation powder, 1 bottle contains blood melting pill, and 1 bottle contains 100 spirits pill. There are some that can heal external and internal injuries, and some that can strengthen one's cultivation. Jing Xiaojie pointed at the cloth bag and smiled. They are all rare elixirs. Don't look down on them. Chu Li put it away and sighed. How generous. Big brotherly, are you going to do a mission or rest in the sect for a while? Jing Xiaojie asked. Chu Li replied, It'll be best if I can do a mission. That's easy. Jing Xiaojie said, but you should practice your knife technique first. It'll come in handy. Chu Li nodded. He knew that she meant well. Jing Xiaojie took out a thin flying blade and passed it to him. This is a flying blade from the Heaven Blade sect. It's most suitable for the Heaven Blade sect's martial arts. Chu Li was touched by her attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Jing Xiaojie might seem careless, but she was so attentive. At dusk, Chu Li paced around his courtyard with his hands behind his back. The courtyard was located at the west side of the forest, and the setting sun dyed the courtyard red. He was wearing a red glow as he paced around in deep thought. He had already read through the secret manual of the Shadowless Blade and understood it. He could not help but admire the mystery of the flying blade heart technique. It was completely different from the heart technique he had cultivated before, but it was actually very suitable for him. That was because the key to the Shadowless Blade was one's spiritual power. No matter how fast the flying blade was, it was almost impossible to hit its target without fail. The only way to solve this problem was to use spiritual power. The Shadowless Blade had a high requirement on spiritual power, and it had to be condensed and activated through a special method. Together with the flying blade, there was no way it could miss. After mastering the Shadowless Blade, even if he encountered a martial arts master who was weaker than him, there was a chance that he would be killed instantly. The Shadowless Blade heart technique was mysterious, not only in the use of spiritual power, but also in the heart technique of the blade force. Together with the Shadowless Blade heart technique, the flying blade would be invincible and unstoppable. It was a coincidence that he came to Southern Sky Gate, and he had unknowingly come to this step. He did not have any utilitarian thoughts, but to prevent Heaven's Equal Gate from taking revenge, he approached Heaven's Equal Gate and accidentally bumped into Fan E, which made him come into contact with Southern Sky Gate. Then he instinctively disguised as Li Qi and unknowingly became a high official of Southern Sky Gate. Initially, he wanted to practice the martial arts of Southern Sky Gate and then disappear. However, when he saw the Hall of Merit, he felt that Southern Sky Gate was not a bad choice. It was a shortcut to accumulate merits with Great Mercy Temple. Footsteps were heard, and Jing Xiaojie hurriedly pushed the door open. Big brotherly, that guy from Heaven Blade sect escaped. Chu Li turned to look at her. Dressed in an emerald green gown, she stood tall and slender. She frowned and scoffed. That sect leader song is really useless. I think Zhou Yong is better than him. Chu Li said. This is great. Brother Fan can personally take revenge. That's true. Jing Xiaojie looked worried. But to be able to escape from sect leader song, I'm afraid Senior Brother Fan won't be able to handle him. Chu Li asked. Then, has the Hall of Merit assigned a mission? Jing Xiaojie said, 400 merit points. 400 merit points. Chu Li sighed. How does the Hall of Merit determine the merit points? He was very curious. Logically speaking, it was impossible to meet Zhou Yong in the Hall of Merit. Zhou Yong's martial arts was crippled, and he had almost no flaws. If it was not for Chu Li's eye of insight, he would not have been able to see Zhou Yong's depth. Did Su Chong see through Zhou Yong's background? Jing Xiaojie said. The Hall of Merit has a specialized source of information, and it seems that there's a high official who is also proficient in the art of deduction. Although he's not as good as you, Big Brother Li, his deduction of merit points is very accurate. Chu Li slowly nodded. It seemed that the Southern Sky Gate was full of talents, more than he had imagined. There was another knock on the door. Fan, he was standing outside the courtyard. The courtyard door was open, but he did not enter. He stood outside the door and smiled. Junior Brother Li. Chu Li fist saluted. Fan, he was dressed in a green gown. He was in high spirits, had an imposing appearance, and looked heroic. He laughed and said, Junior Brother Li, congratulations on becoming a high official. I'm here to ask for help. Jing Xiaojie smiled. Senior Brother Fan, is it about that enemy Zhou Yong? Fan, he nodded vigorously. Junior Brother Li, let's deal with Zhou Yong together. I won't take any merit points. Chu Li looked at Fan Yi and shook his head. The two of us are no match for him. Fan Yi's expression changed slightly. He raised his eyebrows. He's that strong? Chu Li slowly nodded. Chapter 27-21. Fan Yi's expression darkened as he remained silent. Jing Xiaojie frowned. Brother Li, Zhou Yong might not be that powerful. Could it be that sect leader Song didn't want to deal with Zhou Yong himself, so he forced him out of the Heaven Blade sect so that Senior Brother Fan could avenge him? Chu Li shook his head. Zhou Yong is an extremely powerful person. Sect leader Song wanted to kill him, but failed. Senior Brother Fan is still lacking if he wants to kill him based on his current level of martial arts. What should we do then? Jing Xiaojie asked. We can't let Senior Brother Fan cultivate until he's strong enough to take revenge, right? If it were him, he would not be able to tolerate it. It would be fine if he did not know who his enemy was, but now that he knew, he would not be able to tolerate it. Letting his enemy live for another moment was a great pain, and he would want to kill him immediately. Brother Fan, you want to avenge yourself? Chu Li looked at Fan Yi. Fan, he nodded slowly. Only by killing his enemy with his own hands could he truly let go of his hatred and have a clear mind, which would speed up his cultivation. If he could not avenge himself, and his mind was not clear, it would be much slower to improve his martial arts. It might even be difficult to improve. At this level, cultivation was more about one's state of mind than pure hard work. Jing Xiaojie asked, Brother Li, is there any way to help Senior Brother Fan? Chu Li frowned and sighed. It's a little troublesome. It's okay, as long as Senior Brother Fan can avenge himself, Jing Xiaojie quickly said. She looked at Fan Yi as she spoke. Fan Yi nodded slowly and looked at Chu Li with bright eyes. Chu Li said, the Heaven Blade sect has issued a Heaven Blade order. Countless people want to kill Zhou Yong and obtain the order. My senior brothers and sisters are tempted. Jing Xiaojie pursed her lips and smiled. The Heaven Blade order can make the Heaven Blade sect agree to a request, even to become a Heaven Blade sect disciple, avenge, or teach top-notch martial arts. It's too tempting. Chu Li smiled. Even the masters in our sect are tempted, let alone the masters in the world. As long as they know Zhou Yong's location, they will flock to him. Let them kill Zhou Yong. Fan Yi hesitated. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. Zhou Yong isn't that easy to kill. His martial arts is very powerful. Let the masters keep him occupied and will strike when he's exhausted. This wishful thinking may not work, Fan Yi said. Chu Li said, that will depend on your luck, Brother Fan. If you really get killed, you can only blame your bad luck, Brother Fan. All right. Fan Yi nodded slowly. He felt that using this kind of method to plot against Zhou Yong and then take the opportunity to kill him was a wise move, while directly asking the seniors of the sect for help was completely lazy. They were on completely different levels. At noon, the sun shone brightly. Under the bright and beautiful sunlight, Song Manning, dressed in clothes as white as snow, was leisurely strolling in the back garden. The back garden she was in was Zhou Yong's back garden. She stepped onto the winding corridor above the lake and strolled leisurely. She was digesting her food here after lunch. Master, a green-robed young girl rushed over, gracefully arriving in front of her. Sect Master, Young Master Li Qi wishes to see you. Invite him over, Song Manning said. Yes. The green-robed girl replied softly and retreated. Song Manning held onto the white jade railing and looked along the clear surface of the lake. Chu Li's face flashed in front of her, and she frowned. She had an extremely bad impression of Chu Li. She felt as if she was shrouded in a layer of fog. She could not see through him and felt threatened. As a sect master, she was used to having everything under her control. Being out of control made her feel uneasy and alert. Chu Li slowly walked to the back garden and stepped onto the winding corridor. He closed fists saluted in front of her. Greetings, Sect Master Song. What's the matter? Song Manning asked directly, her bright eyes glancing at him. Chu Li said, I have deduced Zhou Yang's location and have come to report to Sect Master Song. Song Manning raised her brows. You can find him? Chu Li nodded. Song Manning looked at him and said lightly, You don't get up early without benefits. Tell me, what do you want? Chu Li shook his head. To be honest, Sect Master Song, I am doing this to help Brother Fan Yi. I am just borrowing your hand to kill Zhou Yang. Since Sect Master Song wants to kill Zhou Yang, we will each take what we need and cooperate. Cooperate? Song Manning chuckled. Chu Li said, Sect Master Song, do you think that my cultivation level is too low to be of interest to you? Song Manning straightened her body and let go of the white jade railing. It doesn't matter if your martial arts level is high or low, as long as you can find Zhou Yang. She was not interested in Chu Li's martial arts level. No matter how strong his martial arts level was, he could not be compared to her and could not be of great use. However, being able to deduce Zhou Yang's location showed that he was a great talent. A true talent needed to be roped in wholeheartedly, and no one knew when he would be put to good use. Chu Li nodded. Sect Master Song, do you trust me? Let's go. Song Manning looked at him deeply and said in a low voice. She put her hand on Chu Li's shoulder and looked extremely close. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Chu Li's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said seriously, Sect Master Song, be careful of Zhou Yang. Don't let him hurt you. However, he knew that Song Manning was so close to him to prevent him from playing any tricks. She could directly take his life. Understood. Let's go. Song Manning scoffed. The two disappeared and appeared in a ravine in the next moment. The surroundings were lush with trees and weeds. This valley was located deep within the mountains, and there seemed to be no signs of human activity on the outside. Chu Li and Song Manning stopped outside the ravine and stepped on the treetop of an ancient tree. Chu Li pointed inside and said in a low voice, Zhou Yang is hiding here. Without his heaven's eye and deduction skills, almost no one would be able to find Zhou Yang. It was so far away from human habitation that it was impossible for anyone to pass by this place. How could they find him in this uninhabited mountain range? Song Manning stood on the treetop and swayed gently, moving up and down with the wind as if she had become one with the branches. She concealed her aura and locked Chu Li's aura within a 1-foot radius. Chu Li was secretly impressed. This was obviously a mystical technique of the Heaven Saber sect. It could completely conceal one's aura so that it could be used as a sneak attack. This was the terror of the Heaven Saber sect. It was fine if the blade was not seen, but when it was used, it would kill. Song Manning looked at the ravine in the distance and frowned with a gloomy expression. She could not sense Zhou Yang's aura. It was obvious that Zhou Yang's cultivation level was not inferior to hers. Moreover, he had already prepared an escape route. She could guess that there was more than one such hiding place. If she could not take him down this time, she might not be able to find Zhou Yang the next moment. He was truly free and unfettered. You leave first. Song Manning turned and glanced at Chu Li. I might not be able to protect you when we fight later. Chu Li nodded and disappeared. Song Manning floated toward the ravine and entered the ravine silently. She soon found Zhou Yang. As they did not want to expose themselves, there were no traps in the ravine. There was only a small wooden hut hidden in the forest. Zhou Yang was hiding in the hut to cultivate. He noticed Song Manning as soon as she approached. He frowned and left the hut in a flash. He stood 10 meters away from Song Man and said coldly, "Junior sister Song, why do you have to seek death?" His green robe blended in with the surrounding forest. His gaze was cold. Chapter 27-22. How bold of you! Song Man let out a disdainful chuckle. If senior brother Zhou is so powerful, why would you disguise yourself as a cripple in the sect? Are you unwilling to leave the sect? That's right, Zhou Yong said slowly. My martial arts are clearly stronger than yours, yet I'm willing to disguise myself as a cripple in the sect, as I'm unwilling to leave. Otherwise, who would be able to find me if I left right away? Didn't I find you now? Song Man said. Zhou Yong said coldly. It's that kid from before, right? Song Man said. How hypocritical. You're hiding in the sect, looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to me, yet you're making it sound so righteous. Your shamelessness is disgusting. You're a woman with long hair and short vision. You won't be able to be the sect leader. Zhou Yong said in a deep voice. The Heaven Saber sect will only grow weaker in your hands, but it will grow stronger in my hands. Junior sister, you're the sinner of the Heaven Saber sect. What a joke, Song Man said coldly. Do you think you can make the Heaven Saber sect better with your narrow-minded and vicious attitude? You will only bring the Heaven Saber sect into the abyss, which is why the previous sect leader refused to pass the position to you. Zhou Yong said, that's just the sect leader's prejudice. I'm someone who cares about the bigger picture. Ha! Song Man burst out laughing with a mocking expression. Junior sister, you're forcing me to kill you. Zhou Yong's expression darkened as he said coldly. Once you die, you won't be able to witness the Heaven Saber sect's glorious days under my leadership. In your dreams, Song Man uttered a hollow laugh as her left hand moved slightly, causing her figure to vanish into thin air. Chi! A streak of white light streaked across the void and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Zhou Yong's left hand moved slightly, causing his figure to turn blurry and reappear, but he did not disappear. Zhou Yong was knocked flying, as if he had been hit by a galloping horse. Meanwhile, Song Man's figure suddenly appeared in midair, flying backward too. Zhou Yong held his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair before he burst out laughing. Junior sister, you won't be able to withstand the formless saber, no matter how strong you are. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a ball of saber light once again appeared in his left hand. A saber could be faintly seen in his palm. What a good non-phase blade. I underestimated you. After Song Man spurted a mouthful of blood in the air, she waved her left hand, and a white light flashed, and a flying knife fell into her hand. Her white palm and the exquisite flying knife seemed to be one. The power of non-phase blade was stronger than she imagined. When the blade was shot out, it was invisible and fast. More importantly, it could enter the void. She had already dodged and disappeared to avoid being hit by Zhou Yong's flying knife. However, when she escaped in the void, she unexpectedly failed to escape from the pursuit of the non-phase knife. Bang, bang. Both of them fell into the forest and crashed into a tree. Then, they swung their hands again. Song Man's figure flashed several times in an instant. It was a top-notch cloning technique. Unfortunately, before he could dodge the non-phase sword, he was hit again. However, after dodging several times, he was still barely able to avoid being hit in the vital points. The non-phase blade grazed past his heart. Cough! Cough! Zhou Yong was also incapable of evading Skyblade's attack, and his chest was pierced. He sighed inwardly. He had underestimated Song Man. Skyblade had been trained to such a level. He lowered his head to look at his chest and saw that there was a wound there. The blood had been sealed and had not flowed out, but he knew that his heart had almost been smashed to pieces. Heaven's blade energy was abnormally overbearing and would explode upon entering his body. He roared in anger. His face was ferocious as he glared viciously at the depths of the forest. He stretched out his hand and pointed at his chest a few times. He crushed a jade bottle and stuffed the black pill into his mouth. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and retrieved the non-phase blade. Then, he turned into a shadow that swept across the treetops and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Song Manine wanted to chase after them, but she coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The non-phase blade's damage to his body was even worse than the Heaven Blade. Although it did not hurt his heart, his internal organs were all severely damaged. All of his strength seemed to have left his body. He wanted to circulate his internal energy, but he was powerless. Sect Leader Song Chuli suddenly appeared and reached out to help her up. Song Manine's body tensed up as she looked at him coldly. Chuli took a step back and smiled as he waved his hand. "I have no intention of taking advantage of you," Song Manine asked. "You've been watching from the sidelines." Chuli shook his head. "I wouldn't dare. He finished me off with a single blade." Sect Leader Song, "Are you all right?" "I won't die." Song Manine scoffed and slowly sat down. She could not even shift into the void now. She could only heal herself on the spot. She took out a jade bottle and poured the contents of the medicine into her mouth. A cold air rose and quickly circled around her body. Her injuries instantly slowed down, and she could circulate her inner energy. Chuli asked, "Did he escape?" "Yes." Song Manine scoffed. "I've underestimated him." Zhou Yong escaped the last time because he had underestimated him. This time, he had taken him seriously and used the Heaven Blade with all his might to kill him with a single blade. However, Zhou Yong still managed to escape. The non-phase blade was more powerful than the rumors. Chuli said with a bitter expression, "That's troublesome. He'll definitely kill me next." Song Manine said, "Come to the Heaven Blade sect." Chuli looked tempted, but shook his head. "I'm a high official of the Southern Sky Gate. The Southern Sky Gate is enough to protect me." "Try it then." Song Manine sneered and pressured Chuli. "Senior brother, Zhou only needs one blade to kill you." Chuli said, "The Southern Sky Gate isn't that easy to pass." The Southern Heavenly Gate was within the formation, so it was impossible to teleport there directly. It could only be moved to the path of reflection. The sect was protected by a mystical treasure, which isolated the void with an invisible force. Unless one had the token of the sect's disciple, they would not be able to teleport freely. "It's not difficult for him," Song Manine said. "The non-phase blade can cut through the void." Chuli frowned and remained silent. Song Manine closed her eyes and said, "Think about it. I'm channeling to heal myself. Don't disturb me." Chuli said, "I'll take my leave then. Go." Song Manine said. There was no one around. She would be worried if Chuli was around. She was afraid that she would be hurt when she channeled. It was better if Chuli left. Chuli Fist saluted and disappeared. "Senior brother Fan, follow me." Chuli appeared in his courtyard at the Southern Sky Gate and said to Fan E, who was pacing around. Fan E immediately stopped. "Did you find an opportunity?" Chuli smiled and nodded. "Here's my chance." Jing Xiaojia quickly asked. "I didn't hear that he was discovered. I only revealed it to the Heaven Blade sect leader. There were too many people, and I couldn't control the situation." "It was enough to tell the Heaven Blade sect leader," Chuli said. "Did sect leader Song kill him?" Jing Xiaojia asked. Chuli shook his head. He was only heavily injured. He grabbed their sleeves and disappeared from the courtyard. The next moment, he appeared beside a raging river. The river was about 100 meters wide. It was majestic and steep. The river was surging and the water was splashing everywhere. It was as if there was a beast roaring. Jing Xiaojia looked around. They were surrounded by piles of rocks. The rocks were sharp and strange. It would be difficult for normal people to walk. She looked at Chuli. "Big brotherly, there's no one here. Let's wait." Chuli pointed upstream. "It should float down from here." As soon as he finished speaking, a small green dot appeared in the distance. "Huh, there's really someone," Fanny said. Chapter 27-23. He turned the green-clothed man over and pointed at his face. "Junior Sister Jing, is this that guy?" "It's him." Jing Xiaojia nodded. "Zhou Yong." She turned to look at Chu Li and smiled. "Brotherly." How did you know he was here? It was a half-guess, Chu Li replied. Fan, he closed fist saluted. Brotherly, thank you. His voice was low as he suppressed his excitement. He owed Chu Li too much. Chu Li smiled. It's all up to Brother Fan. Jing Xiaojia looked at Fan, afraid that he would suddenly talk about morality and not take advantage of the situation. Fan, he stared at Zhou Yong on the ground. His eyes were getting redder and more bloodshot, making him look scary. Seeing Zhou Yong's face, he thought of the tragic sight of the Fan Manor being destroyed. He thought of the anger and pain he had suffered these years. He thought of the countless days of grinding his teeth and bitter cultivation. Boundless killing intent surged and churned in his chest. It was stronger than the roaring river beside him. He suddenly punched. Bang! Zhou Yong spat out a mouthful of water. Blood gushed out his chest, and the originally sealed wound split open. He slowly woke up and squinted at his surroundings. Fanny looked down at him and said coldly, You're Zhou Yong? Who are you? Zhou Yong frowned. He struggled to get up, but he couldn't. His whole body was limp. His injuries had worsened, and Fan Yi's punch had almost taken his life. His whole body was filled with weakness, and he sat up weakly. Looking around, he knew he should have escaped far away by going down the river. If he hid his aura and entered the river, junior sister Song Manin would not be able to catch up no matter how powerful she was. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze suddenly focused on Jing Xiaojia, then on Chu Li. Chu Li had already wiped off the black paste on his face, so his appearance had changed slightly. Zhou Yong did not notice it for a moment, but Jing Xiaojia's appearance had not changed, so Zhou Yong recognized her at first glance. Southern Sky Gate. Zhou Yong gritted his teeth. Jing Xiaojia scoffed. Zhou Yong, your time is up. Zhou Yong laughed coldly. What a good plan. I have underestimated the Southern Heavenly Gate, and junior sister has also underestimated you. She has been treated like a sword and a knife by you. She has always prided herself on being smart. What a joke, haha. His laughter was soft and weak, and his breath was insufficient. Chu Li said, A long night is fraught with dreams, Brother Fan. Fan, he nodded slowly. His blood-red eyes glared at Zhou Yong and coldly said, Today, I will avenge the Fan Manor. Die. Without waiting for Zhou Yong to speak, he had already punched out. Bang! Zhou Yong's body shuddered, as though he had been electrocuted. The strange, swirling force had already pulverized his internal organs. Even his shield of vigor was useless, as it had been broken by Heaven's blade. Bang! Another punch. Zhou Yong shuddered again. His eyes widened, but he could no longer make a sound. Then, with a light chi sound, an arrow of blood spurted out from his chest, shooting 10 feet away. Bam, 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 bam. Zhou Yong was like a punching bag that was constantly being hit. Fan Yi's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Brother Fan, Chu Li shouted. It was a soul-stirring sound. Fan, he shuddered. His fist stopped in midair and then slammed into the ground. Bang! A deep pit appeared in the ground. Jing Xiaojia breathed a sigh of relief. She was shocked by Fan Yi's crazed, demon-like appearance and was awakened by Chu Li's shout. Congratulations on your revenge, Brother Fan. Chu Li smiled and closed fist saluted. From now on, your thoughts will be clear and your martial arts will improve. You will become a top-notch master. Fanny looked down at Zhou Yong, who could not be more dead. He sat down on the ground without hesitation, ignoring the sharp stones. He looked up at the sky, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Chu Li and Jing Xiaojia did not speak. They looked at him in silence. After a while, Fan Yi wiped his tears and stood up. He closed fist saluted and said solemnly, Brotherly, words cannot express my gratitude. The endless killing intent and anger faded. The blood vessels in his eyes disappeared as well. He regained clarity. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Brother Fan. Your revenge has been avenged. Jing Xiaojia smiled. From now on, you will be free. Yes. Fanny sighed and nodded. Now that my revenge has been avenged, I can pursue the ultimate in martial arts. I will be free and unfettered. Chu Li said, Brother Fan, Zhou Yong should be buried. Jing Xiaojia smiled. Aren't you going to the Heaven Blade sect to exchange for a Heaven Blade badge? Fanny smiled. I only want revenge. The Heaven Blade badge has never crossed my mind. Brother Li, go and get a Heaven Blade badge. You will need it in the future. That's right. Jing Xiaojia said. Brother Fan has avenged himself. Brother Li, it will be best if you get your reward. Chu Li agreed readily. That's good too. The Heaven Blade badge is indeed extraordinary. He bent down to pick up Zhou Yong's corpse. I'll go to the Heaven Blade sect. Brother Li, I will go too. Jing Xiaojia said. Chu Li shook his head. I alone am enough. I'm afraid that the Heaven Blade sect will turn against us. Jing Xiaojia scoffed. Those who are loyal to Zhou Yong might take the opportunity to plot against us. We must be careful, Chu Li said. All the more reason not to let junior sister Jing go. Brother Li, Jing Xiaojia glared at him. Chu Li smiled and disappeared with Zhou Yong's corpse. He appeared in front of the Heaven Blade sect's main entrance and said, Zhou Yong has been executed. Li Qi from the Southern Sky Gate greets sect leader Song. He was sure that Song Manning had returned. A moment later, Song Manning's voice was heard. Come in. Two Heaven Blade sect disciples who were on high alert extended their hands and invited Chu Li in. They stared at Zhou Yong with a solemn expression. Chu Li entered and went straight to the main hall. Song Manning stood in front of the main hall. She was dressed in a plain white gown. Her beautiful face was pale and devoid of blood. She looked delicate and pitiful. Her bright eyes fell on Zhou Yong without looking at Chu Li. She sighed. I didn't expect senior brother Zhou to be executed so quickly. What a pity. Her expression was sad and sorrowful. Her eyes were already watery, as if she was about to cry at any time. Chu Li sighed. My condolences, sect leader Song. He was a traitor. Sigh. Song Manning shook her head. We've been in the same sect for so many years. I can't forget him even if I wanted to. She had announced Zhou Yong's crimes. Not only did he destroy the Fan residence, but he was also responsible for many other tragedies. The evidence was clear. The Heaven Blade sect was calm and not agitated by Zhou Yong's death. They were mentally prepared. Brave men were bound to be motivated by a great reward. The Heaven Blade order was enough to tempt top-notch masters. Zhou Yong was dead for sure. Men, bring senior brother Zhou down for a grand burial. Song Manning said. Yes. The two middle-aged men fist saluted and left with Zhou Yong's corpse. At that moment, only Chu Li and Song Manning were left in the main hall. Follow me, Song Manning said. She walked gracefully, not showing any signs of serious injury. She arrived at the small lake in the back garden. Song Manning held onto the white jade railing and stared at the lake. Chu Li stood next to her without saying a word. The gazebo was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. It was refreshing as it swept across the lake. Did you take the formless blade? Song Manning asked casually. Chu Li was stunned. Formless blade? He shook his head. I didn't see it. Chapter 27-24. Song Manning suddenly chuckled and turned to look at him. Her gaze was like a sword piercing into his eyes. Chu Li sighed. Do you want me to swear to God that I didn't see the formless blade? You really didn't see it? Song Manning asked. She was starting to believe Chu Li's words. For someone who deduced the heavenly axiom, swearing was more stringent because they knew about the existence of the heavenly axiom and the power of swearing. They respected the heavens and earth, so it meant that they were not lying. Chu Li said, Sect leader Song. The formless blade seems to be a legendary item. What's its use? To others, the formless blade is just a powerful hidden weapon, but it's different for me. Song Manning sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough luck to get this blade. She pursued it and tried everything she could, but she always failed. It was as if there was a force hindering her from getting the formless blade. This aroused her fighting spirit and made her desire to get it. What's the difference? Chu Li asked. Song Manning glanced at him and scoffed. You're so curious. You want the formless blade too? Chu Li smiled. I don't know the Heaven Blade sex martial arts. Even if I get it, it won't be of much use. It's not even comparable to a treasure sword. If you really get it, I can exchange it with a treasure sword. Song Manin's beautiful face revealed a charming smile. I can also give you a Heaven Blade badge. How about it? Chuli asked, what treasure sword? The flash sword. How about it? Song Manin asked. Chuli said, has sect leader Song heard of the flash sword? What a big appetite. Song Manin scoffed. The flash sword isn't something a normal person can get. I advise you to give up. Although the flash sword isn't as good as the flash sword, it's still a rare treasure sword. It's light, fast, and sharp. If it wasn't for the formless blade, I wouldn't have given it up. Chuli said, Sect Leader Song, I want to ask, does the flash sword really exist? Of course it exists. Song Manin nodded slightly. It's just that the owner of the sword lives in seclusion and doesn't come into contact with the world, so no one knows its whereabouts. Tell me how you killed Zhou Yong. When Chuli saw that she had changed the topic, he began to believe his intuition even more. It was highly possible that Song Manin was related to the passing light divine sword. Suppressing his thoughts, he sighed and said, actually, it's not that difficult. We just have to calculate where he will escape to, and Senior Brother Fan and the others will take his place, and then let Senior Brother Fan personally take revenge. Sure enough, you're indeed proficient in the art of deduction. Song Manin humphed and said, then can you deduce where the non-phase blade is? Chuli said, extrapolation isn't omnipotent. In fact, it was Zhou Yong who managed to extrapolate the location of the formless blade. Now that Zhou Yong is dead, it's difficult to extrapolate anymore. I'm afraid that only he knows where the formless blade is. There's no way he's not carrying a knife. Song Manin frowned. Chuli replied, he's heavily injured, so he probably predicted that you'd catch up to him. Do you think he'd keep his blade with him? Song Manin shook her head. Zhou Yong would rather throw the blade into the wilderness than leave the formless blade with her. Zhou Yong would do anything that would make her uncomfortable. As the two were talking, a young lady in green suddenly came to report, Sect Leader, Mr. Bao Cheng from the Heaven's Equal faction is outside and wants to see you. Invite him in. Song Manin nodded. Chuli looked at Song Manin. Song Manin smiled. You don't know Bao Cheng from the Heaven's Equal faction, do you? Chuli shook his head as he had a bad feeling about this. Song Manin said, he's also a master who's proficient in extrapolation. He's from overseas. Chuli frowned. Sect Leader Song, you can't use a master from overseas. He's a high official from the Heaven's Equal faction, not from the Heaven Saber sect. Song Manin gently waved her hand. Chuli sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid that we'll be nurturing a tiger that will bring us trouble. The visitors from overseas have been eyeing us for a long time. All of the masters are our eyes and ears, so we'll have a deeper understanding of the mainland to find our weaknesses. What do you mean by the mainland? Don't worry about it. Song Manin waved her hand. Let's meet this Mr. Bao first. As they spoke, a burst of loud laughter was heard. Amidst the laughter, a middle-aged man entered from the moon gate. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a burly build. He had a lion's nose and tiger's eyes. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, and he had an otherworldly aura. Chu Li's brows relaxed, but he was shocked. He sensed a strange aura from Bao Cheng. It was clear and intense, and it blocked Chu Li's observation. It was obvious that his spirit was strong. Fortunately, Bao Cheng could not block Chu Li's observation from Heaven's Eye, so Chu Li was relieved. Bao Cheng took a step forward and closed fist saluted. Greetings, Sect Leader Song. Mr. Bao, I apologize for not going out to meet you. Song Manin closed fist saluted and chuckled. What a coincidence. This young Master Li Qi is a high official from the Southern Heaven Gate. The two high officials from the Heaven's Equal faction and the Southern Heaven Gate have bumped into each other here. Chuli asked, what's your intention, Sect Leader Song? This might be a coincidence, but Song Manin did not let him go and instead invited Bao Cheng in. If the two of you work together, can you find the formless blade? Song Manin smiled. Bao Cheng sized Chu Li up and felt that Chu Li's aura was unpredictable and could not be deduced. He frowned and stroked his beard. You're a kindred spirit indeed. Are you the new high official from the Southern Heaven Gate? Chuli nodded. Bao Chung stopped looking at him and smiled at Song Manin. Sect Leader Song, are you looking for me to? Formless blade. Song Manin took out a small blade. It was exquisite, and it was no different from the formless blade. However, the formless blade was a ball of light, and it was faintly discernible, constantly flashing and changing between existence and non-existence. However, the small blade in front of him was real. It was crystal clear like an ice blade, and the blade was in perfect harmony with its surroundings. Chuli exclaimed, "Good blade." This was not a formless blade, but it was a top-grade heaven blade. The blade was one with heaven and earth, which was also the origin of the name Heaven Blade. He reached out to take it and held it in his hand. He could not feel any killing intent at all. Song Manin looked regretful. This is what a formless blade looks like. I made it myself, but it's a replica. Chuli smiled. I thought it was a formless blade. No one would doubt it if I said it was a formless blade. Bao Chung looked at the flying blade and extended his hand. Chuli handed it over. Bao Chung examined it carefully and closed his eyes as if he was feeling the aura of the blade. He turned his head and said, "Sect Leader Song, please tell me what happened." Song Manin then told him everything without hiding anything. It was obvious that she had a good relationship with the Southern Heaven Gate and trusted Bao Chung. Bao Cheng's gaze moved back and forth on Chuli. He was proficient in the art of deduction, so he knew how far he could go if he was in Chuli's shoes. That was why he suspected that the formless blade was in Chuli's hands. Chuli said, "I swear I didn't get the formless blade." Bao Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Then, Sect Leader Song, can you find a few of Zhou Yong's personal belongings and his weapons? Sure. Song Manin quickly ordered. Soon, a few personal clothes and a flying blade were sent over. Chapter 27-25. Song Manin looked at Chuli thoughtfully. She was good at hiding her killing intent and was especially sensitive to it. A faint killing intent flashed by, and she felt that it was Chuli. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are wary of each other. Maybe he felt threatened. Chuli sighed. Since Mr. Bao can predict the heavenly oracle, then you should calculate Zhou Yong's whereabouts first. Of course. Bao Chung nodded. Since the formless blade is with Zhou Yong, we should calculate his whereabouts first. Song Manin saw through Chuli's thoughts, but she did not point it out. She also wanted to see how capable this renowned Bao Chung was and whether or not he could calculate that Zhou Yong had already been executed. Bao Chung picked up 2 pieces of clothing and touched them gently. He closed his eyes and started moving his fingers. A strange force descended from the void and slowly descended, surrounding him. Chuli nodded to himself. Bao Chung was quite capable. He was indeed proficient in the divination technique. After a while, Bao Chung opened his eyes and looked at Chuli, then at Song Manin. Congratulations, Sect Leader Song. Zhou Yong is no longer in this world. He has been killed. Brother Zhou's life or death is a small matter. The key is the formless blade. Song Manin asked, "Did Mr. Bao find the formless blade?" "I'm afraid it won't work with this blade alone." Bao Chung shook his head. "There's nothing to rely on. It's best if there are traces left by the formless blade. Then I can only rely on my injury." Song Manin said, "I was severely injured by the formless blade. The blade energy is still there." Bao Chung hesitated and thought for a while. "I can try." Song Manin smiled at Chuli. "Mr. Li, what about you? Do you want to try too?" Chuli waved his hand. "I'll pass. I've already calculated it, and I got nothing. I won't waste my effort. With the blade energy of the formless blade, you might be more accurate," Song Manin said. Chuli shook his head. Song Manin looked at him and smiled. "Mr. Li, do you really not want the formless blade?" Chuli said, "I don't train in flying blades. What's the use of the formless blade? You can exchange it for the flash sword." Song Manin smiled. Chuli chuckled. "Can I use a heaven blade order to exchange for the flashlight sword?" "That's possible." Song Manin hesitated for a moment before she finally snorted. Chu chuckled and said no more. Song Manning rolled her eyes at him and then looked at Bao Cheng. "Mr. Bao, please." She gently raised her jade-like hands in front of Bao Cheng. Bao Cheng also extended his hand. Song Manning grabbed his wrist and sent a blade energy into his body. Pooh! Bao Cheng flew backwards and landed 10 steps away, landing heavily on the corridor. Song Manning had already tried her best to control the force of her saber. Otherwise, she would have killed Bao Cheng. Bao Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sat down cross-legged. He formed a seal with his hands and slowly closed his eyes. Chu sighed. This Mr. Bao is quite capable. It shouldn't be difficult to divine senior brother Zhou's death, Song Manning said. She did not completely trust Bao Cheng. Seeing was believing. She had witnessed how powerful Chu was, but he could not find the formless blade. It was hard to say if Bao Cheng could find it. Chu said, "This Mr. Bao's divination technique isn't from the star-seizing sect, right? Mysterious Sky City. The other sect is proficient in the divination technique. However, the star-seizing sect is a prominent sect while Mysterious Sky City is a hidden sect. Almost no one knows about them, and their disciples almost never step foot into the world," Song Manning said. Chu nodded. Mysterious Sky City. He now had a basic understanding of the martial arts world in this world. He had heard of the legend of Mysterious Sky City, but it was 10,000 years ago. It was as if it had been hidden from the world for 10,000 years and was thought to be extinct. Mysterious sky as a mirror. Chu sighed. It's mysterious. Mysterious sky as a mirror, heaven and earth as a lake, Song Manning said. The people of the world are like fish. They look at the fish in the lake through a mirror and look at the lines on the palm. Mysterious Sky City's divination technique is not inferior to the star-seizing sect. Unfortunately, there are too many rules, which leads to a lack of disciples. Chu said, yes, his murderous intent dissipated. He could not afford to offend Mysterious Sky City for now. Even if he had the flying star technique and the eye of the sky, he dared not say that he could defeat Mysterious Sky City. Usually, they would ambush him unknowingly and he would be on tenterhooks. However, he suddenly had a hint of worry. He did not know if his setup could block the divination of the heavenly design. Puffed. Bao Cheng suddenly spat out blood and his body trembled. He opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Bao, Song Manning hurried forward and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Bao Cheng waved his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Sect leader Song will be disappointed. I couldn't divine the location of the formless blade." "Oh." Song Manning stared at him curiously. Bao Cheng shook his head and struggled to stand up with the help of the railing. He wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand. He smiled bitterly. "Formless blade. Mr. Bao," Song Manning said, "tell me about it." "Sigh," Bao Cheng said. "This blade involves too much and the divination is unpredictable. Looking at it is a mess and it's too exhausting." Chu secretly sighed in relief. He did not choose that natural formation in vain. The formless blade was hidden in the formation and the divination could not divine it. It seemed that the mysterious sky mirror could not see it either. If he had the eye of the sky, he might not have missed it. This was also his cautiousness. He set it up in advance to prevent Song Manning from using this trick. Is there really no other way? Song Manning frowned. She stared at Bao Cheng and was doubtful. If Bao Cheng managed to divine it, but pretended not to, and she secretly found it, there was nothing she could do. She sighed and said, "I found a prophet stone to exchange with Mr. Bao. I'm afraid now." Chu eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Bao Cheng. The prophet stone was just a normal stone to a normal person and was useless. However, to those who cultivated divination, it was a priceless treasure as it could increase the power of the divination technique. Sometimes one could see it clearly by just a little bit, and that was the difference between life and death. However, the prophet stone was extremely rare. Even if a normal person saw it, they would not be able to tell it apart and would only treat it as a normal stone. The The prophet stone was no different from a normal stone. It did not have a fixed appearance. Some could be a cobblestone, some could be a blue stone, and some could be a small pebble. Therefore, obtaining the divine fate stone was purely a matter of luck. There was no other way. To those who practiced the divine fate technique, the divine fate stone was 10 times, 100 times, or even countless times more precious than the phaseless blade. Song Manning said, "Mr. Bao, I can only say that it's a pity." "Wait," Bao Cheng said, "since sect leader Song is so sincere, I have no choice but to risk my life." Song Manning smiled. "Mr. Bao, you have another way? I'll give it a try." Bao Cheng nodded slowly and carefully took out a small box. After opening it, there was a small piece of purple with the size of a pinky. "This is the prophet insect," Bao Cheng said. "It can help me." "Thank you, Mr. Bao." Song Manning smiled. Bao Cheng took out the prophet insect and rubbed it. Instantly, a thin wisp of smoke floated up and exuded a strange fragrance. Chu Li's vision suddenly blurred. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.